Mic testing 1, 2, 3. Well, welcome, poker lovers, to the ultimate battleground of skill, strategy, and a little bit of luck. The WPT Korea World Poker Tour is here. I am Akshay Kapoor, your commentator, and I'm thrilled to be your guide as we dive into the action. And alongside me, I have the lovely Richard Cooper. Richard, how are we doing today?
Well, Akshay, absolutely fired up, I can tell you that much. We are set and ready for an absolute poker spectacle here at the Jeju Poker Festival 2024. We're bringing you the WPT Korea main event day 2 today. This is event number 5, and we have had some crazy action so far in the opening of this tournament series. I've seen some big victories in the high rollers and side events, so actually I can tell you all of these have then transpired and entered into the main event, and that brings us to today. 228 players made it through those first few flights, and these guys are all playing for that glory. The prize pool sitting at a whopping 2.2 million USD. So all to play for.
Definitely, Richard. On top of your screens on the right hand side, you can see that there was 667 entries, and out of those 667, only 96 are going to go home with some money. As we dive into the action, multi-way on the board of King 6 deuce. We do have top pair for Mr. Hong. Well, the action is on Yoshimiya with the bottom pair and has a gut shot to a straight. He's going to make the call. The river doesn't change much as Mr. Hong. King is pretty good to take down this spot, but it depends if Yoshimiya thinks that his deuce is no good here and tries to bluff at this one. Yeah, definitely. Yoshimiya turning his pair of deuce into a bluff, betting 22,000 in a pot of 40. So half pot bet. Almost a snap there, Richard, with the pair of king.
Yeah, Hong just paying him off there, and very happy to see that he indeed didn't pay him off and paid himself off. Made the right call. King's good there. 1.5, 2.5k are the blinds with that 2.5k ante on the big blind each round. The price of poker has increased since these gentlemen all sat down for those day one flights. Our short stack in the field at the moment sitting on only 14,000 chips. So definitely not a position that they want to find themselves in. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have Mr. Janji Ren out of China, absolutely dominating things. He is the chip leader at the moment.
And for all the viewers who has just tuned in on our YouTube channel, this is one part of the poker festival that is happening right here in Korea, happening at Landing Casino. We have three different poker events happening, one after the other.
Absolutely jam-packed day of poker today Here in the Landing Casino, actually, we have the Mystery Bounty taking off today. So those are flights A and B, both a 2 million Korean won buy-in. Gets you a 600k starting stack. So if you are in the Jeju area, make your way down and register, get lucky, ship some of that prize money. Oh, actually, Mr. Sun, cool as ice, looking down at the Cowboys, a 3-bet of 17.5k, and he caught Mr. Jiang with his pants down, Queen 8-0. Not something you want to be facing a 3-bet with.
Definitely a very, very adventurous open to start with by being queen 8 off from hijack position, facing a 3 bet.
They're playing a stack of 88k, so one may think he's just going to be opening a little bit wider, and then obviously when you are 3-bet, it's pretty easy fold there with the Queen 8-0. So let's see if that is his strategy he's going to adopt today, actually.
Well, it seems like an adventurous player, someone who's very aggressive. So I feel like we are going to see a lot of opens by him, and he's going to be on the charge. But we are seeing pocket kings one more time for Mr. Tamaru, the Cowboys. Just a min open by Mr. Tamaru with pocket kings. Gets a customer.
Yeah, Yoshimiya just
Nine.
going for the limp. Interesting decision there, the A7-0.
You mean call there, right? Because Tamaru has opened up the action with pocket kings and Yoshimiya has called in hijack.
Excuse me, I did mean flat there.
It's all good, Richard. It's early morning, I guess, and we have a board of 5-6-6. A very good-looking board for Mr. Luo with 9-7 of diamonds, having flush draws, straight draws, but he's up against pocket kings, who's gonna feel very safe on this board. Goes for a tiny, tiny bet of 4,000. Yoshimiya calling there with just a7. Oh, on with no backdoor, just ace high.
Interesting for sure.
And yeah,
Brick of all bricks on the turn. Deuce of clubs doesn't do anything for anybody. Tamaru, pre-flop aggressor, may still think his kings are good, and they are. However, as Akshay pointed out, Mr. Luo flopping a whole lot of equity on that board. So depending on the size of
Tamaru's
Tamaru's bet, and to just take into consideration his flop bet was quite small, you might see Luo come along.
well, Tamaru's gonna be a little bit scared. Like he chose to bet on the flop, got two calls, so either of the players can have a six in them. Although, like in hijack, Yoshimiya shouldn't have that many 6x, but Luo in the big line can really have all the 6x because he's defending a lot, getting a really good price. And we do see a bet of 18,000 and a call by Yoshimiya there. Richard, A7, feeling confident, huh? Facing double barrel.
I mean, as they say, Barry always coming on the river, so maybe he thinks the same. Oof. Tamaru says he'll take that. Improves to top set. Now feeling very confident on this board, of course, and he is up against the A7-0, so let's see what Yoshimiya decides to do here. Okay, there we go. Shuts any potential action down from his opponent and just all in snap fold. But interesting decision there for Yoshimura to just continue there across a couple of streets, Akshay. What do you think he's thinking?
That he likes to have adventure, like he likes adventure. He lives on the edge. I think the plan was to bluff any time that he sees any weakness by his opponent, but uh, the opponent just got stronger and stronger on every street. And I believe on the river, Pocket Kings really hoped that the opponent had a six in them, so that's why they shoved. But I think in the hindsight, I would probably check and give them some rope so they can
Yes,
try to bluff if they've missed any draws, because there was a lot of flush draws that have missed. Now there are a lot of straight draws that have missed. So I would have probably chosen to check myself and give some rope to my opponent.
100% agree with you there. And we may just have seen Yoshimaya fire off there had the Kings checked, but instead all in and shut down any action. And just like that, on to the next hand. Mr. Sun, cool as ice, looking down at the snowmen, raising it up from the cutoff. 5.5k, just over a min open.
I like
Tamaru
this
does
call a
defend the
lot.
big. Yeah, with the ace jack go, finds a nice board there. Ace queen 7, finding top pair. Check to the preflop aggressor there, actually, as you were saying.
Well, the reason I like this call is because you really wanna have some strong ace-x in your holding when you're defending from the big blind, and you wanna like three bet some of the bottom ones, and that's the reason you wanna have strong ace-x, because your opponent's always gonna bet on ace-high boards. So it really helps down our calling range when we have a strong holding such as ace-jack.
What a beautiful turn card for Tamaru, improving to two pair now. He's going to play passively. Probably has to stab at this one now. Just try and extract some sort of value.
I really hope Mr. Tamaru goes big here, because the hands that are gonna call his small bet are gonna call his big bet also. So he should be targeting hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, well, not Queen Jack, but King Queen, uh, Queen 10, some King Jacks, and he's going to take down the pot. Well, second time we are covering events in Korea. Richard, how are you feeling about the Korean poker players?
Yeah, I always do love these festivals they put on here in Jeju. We can see that this one so far absolutely dominated by the Chinese players. South Koreans, I think there's only one in this main event day 2 field. So definitely a big show up here for the Chinese players. A lot of tough competition, actually. I can tell you, poker booming in China at the moment, and always has been, some would say.
Very correctly said there, Richard. Poker is booming everywhere, whether you call it China, Korea. Like we have three festivals right here in Landing Casino, right? So, and I think it's not gonna be too long that we'll see a lot of Korean players rise up to the opportunity that they are getting.
I do hope so, Akshay. Always great to see some of these up and coming nations getting involved in these tournaments. Oh, and the female at our table, Miss Sue, in the big blind, 57k. She is playing, does complete with the Jack 3-0. Finds middle pair, but definitely nothing to feel too confident about. Jack 3-0, are you defending, Akshay? Oh,
Probably yes. Especially
you
when I
can't
know I
answer now.
can I can turn flips on Sun. Well, she clearly has a value bet on the river now. The question is, how much does she go for?
Yeah, I think it's got to be quite small here.
Snap.
Yeah, perfect.
And not gonna be happy to see the full house by a female player on this feature table.
And a snap call there at the ace high after being counterfeited. Quite interesting, Akshay.
I mean, you have the best bluff catcher there with ace eyes because your opponents would try to bluff on a paired board, especially when it's double paired. That kind of reduces their combos as well. So yeah, I think Jack 3-0 from the big blind is probably on the bottom. Maybe Jack 4-0. Uh, she's playing about 25-30 big blinds, right? So you're defending, like, I guess Queen 3 off and then Jack 4 off plus. So Jack 3 probably a bit out of line, but it's alright. It's not too bad. If you don't like get carried away with that hand, you can probably defend. You're getting such a great price. You need to call one big blind, and there's already 3.5 big blinds already. So you're getting a really good price.
Well, it did pay off for her in that instance, Akshay. So, like they say, anybody can commentate, only few can play. So let's let Masu play, and we'll call the action.
Hey, I like to think we both are very special. Not everyone can commentate, especially for 8 to 10 hours straight. Don't break my dream like that. Oh, mate.
Nine
A
five
top pair
three,
for
two
her.
hearts. Yep, absolutely. Top pair. She does find a nice flop once again. Sue seeming to make the right decisions here early on. Queen on the turn. Sun now with that gut shot. Very smooth. One chip bet there, Akshay.
I just really hope, like, Mr. Sun really continues to tell the story on the river as well, because Turn's not gonna do it for him. And now the river is a queen, which is very interesting because now it kind of reduces the combos that he can have of a queen. So it's gonna be really interesting if he takes the king high showdown value, which is not gonna be good because Miss Ling has a pair of 9.
Yeah, and some interesting facts here for you, Akshay. We do have only
Shoot.
2 Vietnamese players in this field, main event day 2, and 2 Singaporeans. And I'd like to say about 90% of the field are from China. So I think there is a side bet about to go on here between you and I.
What is that?
Pick the nationality of the winner.
I'll take Chinese any day. I'll, I, I'll even give you 5-1 on that.
Oh, wow, you heard it, folks. Real confidence here by the man who loses most of the bets that he does enter.
Yep, that is correct. Now I have two commentators to verify that information.
Pseudo
Hey, it's good that
Broadway, good
poker is
enough for
working
the
for
Open.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly. I hope you keep winning those massive jackpots, Akshay. Keep
yeah,
feeding
that's what
me
I'm
on machine cards.
saying. Just imagine, mate, if I don't if I start losing in poker and then in the side bets, how am I going to afford it? Uh, we do have one Japanese player on this picture table, and I feel like the Japanese players are very underrated, and they're very very aggressive, very very talented players. But the number of Japanese players are very less. That's why maybe they are underrated. But don't take them lightly, guys, because they are a strong force to reckon with. Very very studied and aggressive in nature. They might seem calm, but on poker tables they are like white tigers. Do you have white tigers in Thailand, Richard?
Mm, not that I've seen, to be honest.
Well,
We
that
have in
means you
India,
haven't seen
though.
yourself in the mirror. Yeah.
I'll take that one all day, Akshay. Keep them coming.
That was smooth, huh? There
Brilliant.
you go. Not so
So
chatty
here,
feature
folks.
table.
Exactly. I was just about to say something about the chat as well. Let us know if you are watching along here. Let us know where you're watching from and who you've got your money on.
Interesting fold there by Queen Jack in the small blind facing an open from the button. Normally you can either go for a call or a three bet, but we just saw that Queen Jack just goes into the bin and Hong wakes up with Ace King in the big blind. Wow.
Ace King O, my favorite hand, and I always like to 3-bet this hand. 18.5k, so nice sizing. However, Jiang, easy fold here.
Do you think Jiang's gonna take it personally? Because the last time he opened with Queen 8 off, he got three bet, and now he's again getting three bet from the big blind.
Yeah, definitely people not believing what he's opening, and rightfully so, actually. We do see him quite wide. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like the open of the King 5 on the button, but yeah, definitely going to be looked up here.
He's playing very disciplined, facing aggression from his opponents, but anytime he doesn't see that, he basically chose to be aggressive himself.
And actually, like they say, you've got to give action to get action. So maybe a good strategy here when he does get a premium and gets a 3-bet, he'll be licking his lips.
Well, a little information for you about the WPT, Richard, is for over 2 decades, the WPT has been the ultimate destination for poker elites and rising stars, bringing together the thrill of competition, the drama of high stakes play, and the electrifying atmosphere of poker's biggest arenas. And I feel like they are offering one of the biggest free roll that has ever taken place. I'm not sure when it's happening, but I feel like the prize pool is somewhere about $5 million.
Wow.
Well, we do see an all-in by 7-3. Oh no, no, there's some graphic error. So we see an all-in by pocket queens and ace king. I was taken back a little bit. 7-3 off. That's Adventure Island.
I mean, I was just about to question it with you, Akshay, but we do see it is a lot more of a flip here. The queens meeting the ace king in the center. So far, so good for the queens. Looking for an ace or a king on the river, Yoshimiya, to stay alive, and unfortunately, he cannot find it. Queen's good, just like that. We do say GG to the first player here from the feature table.
Well, Mr. Sun running this feature table, holding with pocket queens versus ace king. A very nice start to the day, building up the starting stack that he started this day with. I mean, that's such a confidence boost, right? You just started the day and you've just received almost a double up, and your pocket queens are have like held up versus ace king. That's like a very positive start, going to give a lot of boost to his mind frame.
Absolutely, Akshay. Always good to win your flips, especially early on in poker tournaments. Somebody's alarm is going off, so please tell them to wake up or stop meditating, one of the two.
Well, it's definitely not mine.
No, I think it's at the feature table.
He's like, I gotta wake up, gotta win this one. Richard, how many of the feature table players do you think are professional poker players, and how many do you think are recreationals?
Ooh, good question. I think the better question is how many of the recreationals think they are pros?
Well, that's an easy answer. All of them.
No, I think we have a good mix out here. Actually, WPT always brings a diverse field. Whether it's a mixture of pros to gamblers to straight fish. It's always a great mixture of players out here, and most of them are recreational players, which is absolutely great because that is where the most fun is had, in my opinion.
Well, we do have a mystery hand by Ming, choosing to 3-bet and Hong with pocket jacks on the button, facing in an open and a 3-bet. You're not feeling that strong with pocket jacks, are you?
Definitely not. Pocket Jacks, one of those holdings you never want to be seeing a three bet from, especially from Mystery Man, Mr. Jang.
Well, if I'm getting pocket jacks to fold for just a 3-bet, I'm definitely going to widen up my range. Although I don't know what Mr. Ming has, but I would definitely extend my range if I can see the showdown. And if I'm seeing my opponents folding pocket jacks, There we go.
Interesting.
Mr. Liu folds Jack 10 of hearts. Ming taking the aggressive route, getting a very strong hand on the button to fold pocket jacks. Wow. Probably that's the difference between me and them, right? That's why I'm sitting right here in the booth and they're sitting on the feature table trying their shot at the first prize of this $1.2 million guaranteed tournament.
Juicy, juicy prize pool in this one. Actually, as you said, 1.2 million US dollars. That's 1.68 billion Korean won. That's billion with a B. A lot of money to be played for.
Imagine how many iced teas I can buy with that money. Ugh,
I mean, it depends where you're buying those iced teas from, actually.
true that. Probably at the server station.
If you're buying from the casino, you probably can't afford many.
True. That is very true. We see an open by Ming again with Queen Jack, a solid open. I like this 10-8 call on the button, but probably mixing sometimes with 3 betting and calling. And we are gonna get Mr. Luo with the ace jack of diamonds to come along and join the party. Chop pair for 2 of our players, and nothing for Mr. Sun. It's going to be interesting how Luo decides to play this one with top pair, top kicker, because Ming shouldn't have many of the deuce X, but he does have some overpair, so he can choose to call or to go for a check raise. He likes to go for a call, and we see a 6 on the turn, and it's going to be very very important for Mr. Ming now to try to pot control this one. That's what he does. Very smart of him, as we see 8 of clubs roll down on the river. Leo should feel really confident with ace jack here. It just depends what sizing he chooses to go. Oh wow, he goes for a check, the sneaky check there, Richard.
Oh, dangerous. And Jiang now, we saw him previously aggressive. Could be in for a little bit of trouble here. Backdoor flush does get in there, so Jiang could rep the flush if he goes nice and big, at least 75%. It could put Luo in quite a tough decision, but no, way too small there, actually, one would think.
I really, like I'm surprised with that bet because what are you really targeting? Because when you have a jack, right, he can have some weaker jack X, but then that might go for value. But then when he has more of those deuce X when he checks 3 streets, he has more of those flushes. So probably a bit of optimistic call, but I can't blame him because his opponent really played that hand very very well, disguised his hand, and I feel like both the players played that hand accurately.
So here's a question for you. Does the ace jack fold to a 75% pot bet there?
I don't think so. It doesn't fall for any bet because like ace jack, you basically have the best hand and the turn when check check. So even if you go like 200% of the pot, your hand would make the call. Like your hand should make the call, because even if your opponent is going, let's say, 200% of the pot, he's basically saying either I have the flush or I have like nothing. So that is why ace jack, king jack, probably the hands that will almost call every time, no matter what the sizing is.
Interesting.
And you just have to ask yourself, what do you get to that river with? You have the deuce X, then you have flushes, and then you have some underpairs, right? Underpairs you might fold, flushes and trips you might raise, and you just have to ask what you do there with a jack. And it comes down to the kicker of the jack most of the times. Like you can fold a hand like, let's say, jack 7, jack 6. Not jack 6 is like two pair, but jack 5, jack 7, hands like that. But like king jack, ace jack, always call. Well, Mr. Ming facing some heat one more time. Again, he's dominated, but this time he has a suited ace, so we might see him call or maybe four bet. What a start to the day two we are having here, Richard. Action after action. Disciplined fold there by Ming. Ace ten of diamonds going into the pink. Wow. Well, Mr. Sun definitely getting out of line there with 8-5 of diamonds. He's not cool as ice, Richard. 8-5 of diamonds opening from hijack position.
Yeah, definitely not within my opening range, actually, especially off of his stack. He is playing 89 big blind, so maybe just deciding to go for it.
Well, you need to grab your pen and paper and you need to just revise your opening ranges here, because we are going to go post flop with 8-5 versus pocket sixes. You got to take some notes, mate. And now you're going to see a masterclass. How to win a hand with 8 high on a monotone board, right?
Three barrels coming up.
I think two barrel will do it. Maybe one barrel will do it, because Miss Sue doesn't have a heart in it. Oh well, we are going to the
My
turn,
goodness.
and now it's gonna get interesting.
Ooh. Scare card on the turn, ace of hearts, four hearts on the board now. Mr. Sun not slowing down for even a second, actually.
The handbook chapter name would be How to Win with 8 high on a 4 card flush board.
40% pot bet here, around about 40% pot bet, and Sue in a tough, tough spot. She is, however, ahead, one may point out.
Well, aggression does pay off there with 8-5 of diamonds. I mean, if you're opening a hand like 8-5, you know that you have to take on double barrels because your opponent's gonna call one most of the times. So you would probably have that in your arsenal as well. Really nice aggressive play there by Mr. Sun. And we do
Beautiful.
have a new player joining the feature table. It says Fan Club Red Leaf Army, and I can't read the last word in that jacket, but seems like a very funky jacket.
Well,
And we do have our
seems like a
fashion
lucky
police.
jacket. Here's the fashion police now,
Yes.
just telling him that he's looking way too good to be at this feature table.
Yeah.
Oh
Ooh,
my
look at that
goodness.
blink.
This man looks like he just stepped out of the Gucci store. Looking fly. Welcome to the feature table, sir. Straight into the action. Straight into the action. I'm not sure if he just raised the 10-7 suited from under the gun, and it looks like he did. Apologies, folks. That is actually seat number 7 who raised it up there under the gun. Our new friend is sitting next to him in seat 8.
Well, it seems like Ming is in the big blind because the button is on Tamaru. I think there's a graphic error there, Richard. I feel like Ming
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
opened
Okay.
because he seems to be on the big blind, right? Oh, and yeah, I mean, no.
Oh,
I'm a little bit confused. There's a bit of graphic error here, which will get sorted out in the next hand, probably.
okay. So it looks like our new player at the table is Mr. Jang, who opened the 10-7 suited, and wow, does find 2 clubs on this ace-ace-5 board. Whole lot of equity for him.
Either the names are confused or either the holdings is mixed up. Something is wrong in this hand. And I feel like this hand is going to be an interesting one. Because we have 10-7 of clubs, pocket sixes, and king queen off. Because I'm pretty sure Ming is the one who's in the red jacket, right? Because he's gotten 3-bet multiple times, so I remember that's him. I'm not just sure if he has king queen here or 10-7 of clubs.
Let's put it this way: the player in the red jacket, I'm pretty sure, is the big blind.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
also pretty sure his name is Jiang.
yes, yes. Well, pocket sixes are good if they can take this one to the showdown.
I mean, Jiang has to fire, or the under the gun player has to fire.
Yes,
Or whoever,
the player with
whoever
10
has
7 of
10-7.
clubs.
That's the safest way to put it, actually.
Yeah.
King Queen leads out here on the river. I mean, that's very interesting.
Well, just realizing that king high is not going to be good when it goes check check on the turn. One person will have a pair. I think Lou is gonna fold this one. He doesn't seem that confident with his pocket sixes on the river jack.
No shot clocks at this stage of the tournament, so Mr. Luo just take in all the time that he can. Tough decision here for the pocket sixes, actually, or what are you thinking?
I think so. And he didn't seem confident because the river was such a bad card for his holding because the opponent can really have an ace or a jack. I feel like the graphics will be sorted in this hand. Sorry. Well, almost half of the remaining field will get in the money. 96 players. Do
That's
you have a
right,
different
actually.
strategy going into the?
Carry on.
Sorry, it should keep going. I was about to ask you, do you have a different strategy going into the day two, compared to when you enter in a, like, let's say if you're playing a day one tournament and then if you're playing a multiple day tournament or multiple days?
Absolutely, actually, definitely your strategy always changing depending on where that money is. And like you said, only 96 players making the money here, and we've got almost another 2 full days of play left after this. So a lot of poker to be played. You've got to approach it cautiously, I would say. Sort of like a deep stack cash game. What about
We
you?
do have Queen Jack. We have Queen Jack versus Pocket Fours here, Richard Fish. Jiang moved all in the small blind, and Jiang had Queen Jack, and the big blind player had Pocket Fours.
Queen, eight, deuce, all diamonds. Oh my goodness. Fours coming alive on the turn. I'm not sure what happened on the river, but maybe safe. Finding the flush there is our new player. We'll call him 10-9 for now.
I call him Mr. Blink. Bing, sorry. I feel like that is going to the player that we have to watch for on this feature table. He's going to be the most interesting. He seems like he has a fun element to him.
And we're all working on getting those graphics for you folks. I know it is a little bit confusing. Trust me, it's confusing in the booth as well. But I can tell you the team here at WPT Korea, very, very good and adept at handling these situations. So just bear with us.
Oh, Misu, Queen 10 off, cut off, decides to fold.
She definitely thought about it.
We're really on the edge with Queen 10 off there, right? It's like really bottom of the hand that you want to open if you feel like. Well, and that's two spectrums for you, Richard, as well. Like you'll see some players open hands like 8-5 of diamonds, and then you'll see some players fold a hand like queen 10 off from deep position, you know.
Absolutely. Jiang not looking to play around, actually. Open all but jam. And I say all but because I'm just not sure how many chips he's left behind.
I don't think he has 150k as well to start the hand with. He's got definitely less than that because he's lost the last hand with Queen Jack. So it feels like the jam is for 37,000, which is probably 15 big blinds or close.
All in, not all in, as they call it, actually. One big blind behind. It's very, very fashionable at the moment. Ace King 3, two hearts on this flop. Hong defending correctly there. And yeah, unfortunately, Jiang just has to flick the rest of his chips in the middle, and definitely not a flop he wanted to see. He is behind, looking for just an 8. Date with an 8 on the river would be romantic and save his life, but unfortunately, it is a lady on the river. And just like that, we do say GG to Mr. Jiang in the red jacket. Thanks for coming. 206 players remain in this field now. They are dropping quickly, actually. Don't take your eyes off the screen for just a second. You might just miss it.
Well, to quick elimination from the feature table. First, we lost seed 8, then we lost seed 7. And really unfortunate for Mr. Ming, who was looking very, very aggressive on this feature table. Cannot win 2 flips, and he's out of the tournament. We're talking about day 2 strategies, probably, Richard. Is I feel like it really depends what my stack is on day 2. Like if I'm short or if I'm like below average stack, I will probably take my chances. But then if I have a bigger stack, then I'll try to kind of preserve it and put pressure near the bubble. So yeah, that would probably my strategy on multiple day events.
100% agree with you there. And I just presumed we had a big stack, as I know you are the same as me. If we've got a short stack at that end of day 1, usually it's all in.
Well, Mr. Bing versus Mr. Sun on a board of 754, both having a gut shot.
I can tell you one thing. The dealer came to play today. I'm not talking about the card dealer. I'm talking about the man with the dealer button in front of him.
Well, do you start turning your hand into a bluff now with Queen 3 on a 3 club board? Probably, right? relatively very small bet to the pot, going 6 in 16, going to pick up a customer. And goes for a raise here, Richard. Mr. Sun taking the aggressive route, facing a small bet, identifying the weakness that the opponent has, and goes for it.
Aggression always seems to pay off here at these WPT events, actually. I remember us speaking about it last time.
Well, that's a sign that now the players have just started to be more comfortable. We can see them chatter a little bit. On to the next hand we go, as we see Mr. Sun's lovely smile. Maybe the players are familiar with each other because most of them are Chinese or with Chinese background. Misu with a small pocket pair, pocket threes, playing just shy of 30 big blinds. Oh, we definitely have a name for the new player who has joined the feature table. It's Mr. Heng with pocket tens, who chooses to go northbound and elects to go for a 3 bet to 25,000. Well, Miss Sue can really go both ways here, going for a call or a fold. Jamming might be a very big mistake because Heng is sitting there with pocket tens, waiting for something like that to happen. And that has happened, guys. We have an all in and a call, a snap call, pocket threes, choosing to go for a 4 bet all in. And I'm going to be happy to see Mr. Hangs with pocket tens. What a start for Mr. Hang. He's playing his third or fourth hand. He's already received a double up. And we are going to the flop. And we have a set for pocket tens. Miss Sue needs, well, she needed a 3, but not anymore as Mr. Ang reverse quads, pocket tens. Wow. What a hand to have. And the female player on the feature tables are going to be happy. She lose a lot of chips in that hand. Wow. What a roller coaster we have onto the day 2 of the WPT main event happening right here in Landing Casino. She definitely doesn't seem pleased with the last hand and is left with the crumbs, the breadcrumbs, as I say it. Mr. Hang is a happy man now, playing a big stack. Well, that's a zoom in to the field. She's the only female player we have on the feature table.
Always good to see the female poker players representing nice and strong here in these Asian tours. I must say the amount of females we see is always growing, so very welcome sight indeed. And we now see our new player. Well, I see for the first time. His name is Mr. Xiao Heng. Offsuit Broadway, good enough for him. Any idea on the denominations of the chips, Akshay?
I haven't figured that out yet, Richard. I'm on onto it. Give me some time. I'll get back to you. All right. Let me see.
I
Let me
think
just
it's,
see a couple of betting rounds, and I'll let you know.
I mean, I'll take a gamble and say that I think the yellows are 10K, the blues are pinks are 1K, and the blues are 500.
Alrighty, I'm not gonna take that bet on if that is what you meant. But yeah, I believe you. Sure, for sure, I believe you. I
I
mean
see you're quite
that won't
scared
be the
of
first time
taking
I
bets
got
on.
fooled. I mean, that won't be the first time I got fooled by one of my co-commentators, right?
I mean, who are you
So yeah,
referring to? Can't be me.
I've gone wiser. It's almost 2025, so probably the right time I get wiser. We
Absolutely.
see Hong with a three bet with 7-6 of diamonds on the cutoff, facing an open.
I mean, I like it. It's spicy, and that's why we came here. And that's exactly what he was hoping for. Mr. Hong, 7-6 suited. Great hand for a three bet there versus the hijack.
And some of our viewers might actually think, why a player, why the players are electing to three bet a beautiful hand like 7-6, because it is all about board coverage. You always don't want to have an ace or a king. You want to have some of the middle connected part of the range as well, so that when you face a connected board, your range is not just ace highs and king highs. You have those 6-7s, you have some 8-9, you have some jack tens, hands like that.
Well said there, actually. Well said. And blinds up to 1.5K and 3K now. 3K ante on the big blind. Hing looking down at a big holding. Church, as we like to call it, Ace King O. Good enough for the open out of the +1 position. Let's see if you can find some action here.
All three way to the flop we go, as we see tomorrow defending 10-7 off from the big blind.
So Heng will continue his pre-flop aggression here. C bet of 8k into 24. Nice sizing, 1/3. Tomaru is sitting with middle pair. Backdoor diamonds could be interesting for him as well. So we'll make this call. 2.5 big
Alrighty,
blinds.
maybe. Oh wow, what a turn card there, Richard. What a turn card for Mr. Sumaru. Hitting trips on the turn. And I feel like Heng's gonna still feel confident with Ace King. He likes to check, do pot control as top two for Mr. Heng, while Mr. Tomaru has the trips with 10-7.
Yeah, and one would just think here a bit of a brutal river card for Heng. Obviously checking back there on the turn. The ace, not a card he wants to see when Tomaru's sitting with a set, and hopefully he just gets away from it here at the minimum, and that minimum is 27k. But top two, how confident are you feeling here, Akshay, to increase the price?
Not very confident. There's a straight on the river, there's a flush on the board, there are trips, there are quads. I mean, talk about it. Ace King is probably one of the cards like you. I don't even feel like that is the cards like you wanna bluff catch here with, because you're blocking your opponents like weaker Ace X or King X. So your opponent's mostly gonna have Queen Jack, some flush draws. The only bluff I can see here is Jack 9 with one diamond or a heart. Wow, what a fold there by Mr. Hang. Ace King just laying it
Wow.
down, playing it beautifully there.
Wow. Okay, well, I mean, I completely eat my words. The only reason I said it was a bit of a terrible river card was I thought he was not going to fold top two there. But wow, proving me completely wrong, actually. Nicely done.
Well, I have some information for you. Is something that I picked up from the last hand. The pink chips we have is actually 500. The yellow seems 1,000 and not 10,000. And I feel like the blue ones will be the 5K. So the blues are 5, yellows are 1, and pinks 500.
Okay, well, there we go, folks.
And we have a new player joining our feature table. We have another female. And that is something that we saw even in the last stream that we did, Richard, is a lot of female players actually come to the Korea to play these poker events. So there is that growing market for poker in China, in Korea, in basically all parts of Asia.
Absolutely, Akshay. And now some fireworks here at the feature table for you folks. Ace King O being raised up from Mr. Hong. He's going to meet some opposition here. Yin looking down at the hooks. 3-bet. Oh, spicy with the jacks, Akshay. What do you make of that 3-bet?
Standard. I think Pocket X probably going to 3-bet 99% of the times, but now is the question because you're actually playing. Well, you're playing still 30, 35 big blinds with Pocket Jacks. So really, I don't see Pocket Jacks getting out of this hand because Hong is probably going to 4-bet shove this hand. Yeah, and so it's gonna. Oh, he's chosen to call. Wow, that's an interesting line that I didn't see. That I didn't see coming here, Richard. Ace King just flatting a 3-bet. Probably has a lot to do with Yin's tables image because that's the first hand he's playing, and we have an all-in as well on the big blind with Ace 9 off. So probably that could be the reason he's elected to just call with Ace King O.
One would think so, Akshay, but definitely an interesting hand brewing here. Queen 6 deuce, 2 spades. Both players do have spades. Yin going for the bet of 13K. I'm gonna push Hong out here, but Hong, one would think, might just call this, see the turn, and then decide from there. Like we said, spades in his holdings. Alrighty, Ace King getting away from it there. Just like that. Heads up now. Sue all in and at risk. Quite far behind here with only the ace high. Jack's good so far for Yin. That 8 on the turn not improving, and just like that, unfortunately, we do say GG to Miss Sue, eliminated from the feature table. Thank you for coming. Well played.
Well, she played beautifully on this feature table. Only one miss, that was the pocket threes. That kind of ended up being the biggest mistake she will have on the feature table. But I feel like she's gonna learn and she's gonna do well in the next events that she's gonna play.
Absolutely. And doesn't this new female player look familiar, actually? I feel like we commentated on her last stream.
Not sure, not really sure about this, but if you say so, I will take your word for it.
Pretty sure.
Probably when we see her name, there might be some flashbacks that I would have of our earlier streams.
Are you better with names or faces, actually?
Neither.
At least you're honest.
Yeah. I'm good with poker.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. It's as long as they remember you, and if you don't remember them. So yeah. Oh, she's Miss Song. Yeah, we did commentated on her last time we were right here in Jeju, right? She is
Absolutely.
the there we go. Good memory there by Richard. As we see a queen three board. So that's a one blue and one purple chip, right? So that's and that's a 5.5K. So my denomination was pretty accurate, I guess, Richard. Now we can verify that. Blues are 5,
Absolutely.
pinks are 500. There we go. We see a bet and a call. Miss Song really playing coy with pocket tens. On with ace-8 of diamonds. Goes for a check. And the river's a 10. Full house for Miss Song.
Easy
That's one of the
fold
easiest
for
poker. Yeah, I was just about to tell you one of the easiest poker tells. So if next time you go and play a live event, you're very like you can pick out these tells. So anytime the player looks at their chips before betting, it's mostly strong. Like 90% of the times, they have a very strong hand. And if they don't see their stack before betting, it's like most of the time they might bluff. This is accurate for almost 70% of the player population. I haven't done any surveys. It's just something that I've picked up from my experience.
why do you think they have to look at their chips when they're strong?
Oh, they just do. It's not they have to. It's like the conscious
Okay.
mind telling you to
Okay.
look at your stack. Yeah,
And why do you not look
because
at your stack when you're bluffing?
when you're bluffing, most of the time, most of the players are want to act as if they are normal, they are feeling normal, their heartbeat is just at a normal pace, which is not true. Most of the time the heart starts running 2x or 3x speed when you are bluffing, unless you are like a top player doing meditations, doing breathing exercises, then your heart will run at the same pace. But in case if you don't do those things, then when you're bluffing right here in the live scenario, your heart starts pumping more blood, and you try to act, or you try to be look normal, but you're not normal in in those scenarios.
There we go, folks. World class breakdown for you by Mr. Akshay Kapoor. And that's what you can expect joining this live stream all week long. Myself, Richard Cooper, and Akshay will be bringing you the live coverage of this main event the following days. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
I mean, we've got you covered. If you're here for all the interesting fun hands, we've got that. If you're here to improve your game, me and Richard are going to give our insights to the game. We've been playing poker for some time now and can give you our insights, which at we have to put a disclaimer. It's our own. It's our own advice. Just don't start following it because we both are sitting right here in the commentary booth, and that's for a
And
reason,
also,
right?
I think we should also let people know that we are both very sarcastic as well. So a lot of the time, you can't take what we're saying very seriously because we're actually just joking most of the time.
Yes. All right, I've got a question for you, Richard. What's the funniest outfit
Fire.
you can think you? What's the funniest outfit you think you can wear on a poker feature table for no money?
You mean myself personally?
Yeah,
Phew. I mean, that's quite an interesting question, actually, and very
I
wide
told you I
one.
came
So,
prepared for this one.
um, I mean, have you seen some of the guys that have been playing at the other series lately? They've been wearing those full card outfits, like jumbo-sized
No, I
cards.
haven't. No, I
Okay.
haven't. You need to send me photos for that.
Yeah, they dress up like the Ace of Spades or the King of Diamonds, and like
Oh,
it's just this big outfit, and it's a big card. It's pretty cool.
interesting.
And yourself? I'm gonna fire it
Interesting.
straight back at you.
That's the problem asking you questions because they come back at you at a 2x speed. uh, I saw one of the videos on Instagram. It was about poker only. So you basically dress up as like an old lady or an old man. So you have that all mask put on your face and everybody. So you basically you're young, but you're acting as if you're an old person. I'm not sure if that's allowed. Just putting out a disclaimer, but I would love to do that.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe like
Alrighty,
Hulk, paint
multi-way.
myself green.
That would be quite interesting, but I think very uncomfortable. 10 hours at a feature.
Oh, I wouldn't mean the costume. I would just paint my face and whatever the visible parts that I have in green. I definitely don't have muscles, so people would just think of me as an Indian Hulk.
Or a green idiot.
So, I mean, or Green Goblin, I don't know. So many interpretations that could take place.
Nice aggression there from Ying. Taking that one down. It was just a queen high. Did have the gut shot though, so we like to see it. She came to play. Last time she was a formidable force. So don't take your eyes off of her. She's well versed here in the WPT Korea streets, but also at the RDPT, which is also another festival happening very, very soon, next week or so, 10 days.
Yeah, so we have three poker festivals that are taking place here at Jeju Poker Festival. We started with WPT, then we move on to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, and after that we have Korean Poker Championship.
Yeah, keeping you entertained all the way from the 15th of November all the way until the 1st of January, excuse me, 1st of December. So a long, long one here, 17 days. We, of course, are not doing all of the commentary, but we are doing some of it. So please make sure to check the Facebook for any updates. Stay connected with us.
And we have another new player joining our feature table in seat six, I feel. Yeah, seat six. We have a new player joining us.
Yeah, that new player is Mr. Wu Chao. I have seen him before as well. So, like I said, a lot of familiar faces here at the WPT Korea. Return players come in to try and win some of that juicy prize pool, 1.68 billion with a B Korean won. That's 1.2 million USD. So everything to play for here. Just under 200 players left in the field, I would think. So we have lost some players, and that number hasn't moved yet.
I think they updated whenever they break a table. So when they have like 8 eliminations, they would probably update that number.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Oh, what a board. Mono flop. Ace Jack 10. Now the queen comes on the turn. I mean, anybody got a king? Has to be the question here. Tamaru pocket nines probably. Ooh, would start betting myself there. Let's try and see what's happening. Of course, being the pre-flop aggressor.
Oh, I would have loved to see a bet from Mr. Heng with pocket fours. He doesn't have any diamond. Like literally has nothing on this board working for him. So I would have loved to see him try to bluff and try to represent a king. And
Yeah,
now
and
Tamaru probably
I feel like
bluffing at this
Tamaru's
one
bet
with
is
pocket
late.
nines.
Yeah,
Oh, I feel like it's a good bluff because he certainly thinks that pocket nines are no good on when there are four overcards to his pair of nines. So anyone can have a 10, jack, queen, and this bet would really make them fold like a weak 10 or a jack and a weak ace. And that is why I love that bet by Mr. Tamaru. An
so
amazing
I
gameplay.
like a bet from tomorrow. I just felt like he could have bet on the turn. That would have been my play, but very, very nicely done there. Gets that weak ace to fold. So great result there for the pocket nines, actually.
Yes. There we go. That we have a field update for you, Richard. We have 187 players now, out of which only 96 will get paid.
Well, they certainly
We
have dropped
have,
very, very quickly.
yep, we have $1.2 million as our guaranteed prize pool. Alrighty, on to the next hand we go. Hang with ace 8 off on the cutoff. Goes for an open 6,000. So I'm going
So
for a
just
3 bet
closed.
with suited ace king in the small blind. 17.5 here.
Yeah, that's what I was remarking on as well, just the size of the 3 bet. Did Heng Min open or did he open up to like 3.5?
No, 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 he just made open like 6.
Okay. So nice 3 bet getting through there by the big slick. Ace King suited, good enough to take it down. Good enough, but also pity no action, some would say. Depends how you look at it. So the new player at the feature, Mr. Wu, will open things up here. Relatively shorter stack, so keep your eyes on him. Ace 10 suited. Certainly a good enough holding to wager those last amount of chips. Luo will defend the big. Jack 7 suited, good enough. You see that flop. 883 rainbow. C-bet should come in from Wu. Alrighty, V-pips up on your screen. Hang aggressive 70%. Obviously, that is quite outweighed on too many hands he's been involved in. Just around 30 minutes until we take that first break. It will be a 15-minute break for the players. I tell you, some of them need to get some coffee going, actually. There's no talking going on here
Definitely.
at this feature. Quite silent, I must say.
Well, there was a in the middle there was a bit of conversation between by Mr. Sun and the player that we have in the pink jacket right in our screen right now. But after that, there isn't much that is going out, and I feel like these players might know each other because a lot of them are from China or from China background. So yeah. Well, Queen 6 8 board, Sun hitting the top pair. A very, very adventurous open to start here with Queen Deuce off from the cutoff. I mean, we saw 8 5 of diamonds. At least they were suited. This time they are not suited. But this time he's hitting the top pair. Well, Tamaru has an interesting hand here. If he wants to go for a bluff raise here, but he just elects to go for a fold. Rightly so, because Mr. Sun did have top pair.
Yeah, but certainly it would have been an interesting spot there had he gone for a bit of an aggressive route.
I mean, he had all the right properties to do so. It's just that if you think your opponent is c betting more than he should, he is actually doing it, then you can go for these check raises, the funky check raises as I call them. And I feel like whenever he gets that information that Mr. Sun is opening hands like Queen Deuce off, and then he's definitely going to be c betting more than what he's supposed to do, then he will probably start three betting. So no, sorry, he would probably start check raising a lot of flops. Well, Mr. Sun has a legitimate hand this time around. Ace Queen off. And this is the difference between live and online, Richard, because when you are playing live, you can actually forget your ranges and you can open more than what you're supposed to because your opponents are playing very tight. They're not three betting enough, and you can get away with all the mischief that you're up to.
Definitely, actually, and we can see some of these players certainly have widened those ranges. We've seen some interesting openings so far, so I'm sure it will continue. But two real holdings here. Ace 5 suited in the small blind, actually good enough for a couple of options. Let's see what Tumaru goes for. It looks like it's the aggressive one. 18.5k is the 3-bet. Back to Sun now. Ace Queen O.
Sun can really go both ways here. He goes for a call, goes for a four bet. Both are fine. He's going to be playing in position with a strong hand, such as ace queen. Elects to just call, play in position. Domination rotation here, Richard, on a board of
Yeah,
8 8 5.
definitely disguised. Tumaru 3-betting out of the small blind. Always looks super, super nutted pre-flop. So Sun with the Ace Queen O must be feeling a little bit of pressure here, actually.
What a lovely graphics we have. Two players heads up, and on the left we have Mr. Sun. On the right we have Mr. Tamaru in a three-bet pot. The pot has already swelled to 65,000 here, Richard. I am loving these graphics to start off. We can see both the players at the same time trying to pick out any tells that they might give out. We do know that Mr. Sun
Absolutely.
is an aggressive player.
Graphics team doing utmost best here to bring you that great action shot of those two players next to each other. We can see the six of diamonds coming on the turn. Tomorrow checking his flush draw. Bingo, bango, patience pays off. Check mark now, nut flush for tomorrow. He's definitely going to try and extract here. However, Sun not sitting with a calling holding.
That's a hefty bet there on the river. 42,000 in a pot of 60.
So yeah,
Ace
nice
queen
big
with
big
no
sizing
diamonds.
for tomorrow.
Yeah. I feel like diamond is like not having a diamond is doesn't factor in this exact pot because it's a three bet pot, so it's not gonna be like the small blind is not gonna have that many suited cards that he chooses to three bet. I mean, he's gonna have that ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited, but not a lot of it. So it's not important to block those flush cards because your opponent is either bluffing or has like a monster here, and he does elect to fold ace queen off.
A good laydown made there by the ace queen o at the end of the day, but like you said, very disguised hand there for our small blind. That ace five suited, always such a good hand to three bet out of the small blind because it just puts your opponent on the back foot, not knowing exactly what you have. And then when you flop turn and river like that, yeah, full value comes to you. Just unfortunate there for him, his opponent, not with something to make a call with.
And it's interesting to see here, Richard, that Sun is probably putting pressure on all his opponents. But whenever he's facing a three bet, then he just goes to be more on the passive side, expecting players to be three betting stronger hands. So it's just two spectrums of two different what do you call adaptation that Mr. Sun is making. Like when it's folded to him, he likes to be aggressive, but when he's actually facing an aggression, he likes to be on the passive side.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the strategy that Sun has come into this one with. Actually, when they three bet, you fold. Pretty easy to play like that. Interesting one here. Jack 9 8, two clubs on this board. Whole lot of equity for Sun, but just in turn, Ying definitely quite appealing here to call at least one backdoor straight, backdoor runner, excuse me, flush there as well. So let's see. And there you can hear the wonderful voice of Mr. Chris DeLeader letting us know that we will be on break in about 18 minutes, and then we will have a chip race and discard the 500 chips. Well, Akshay, action now for these heads-up players here. Ying increasing the price of poker up to 26k after the bet from Sun on the flop, and Sun not taking this raise lightly. 3-bet now. We'll get the exact amount. Whew. Big pot brewing here. 103k in the middle. Sun left with just 77k behind, so SBR not looking great for him. Obviously ready to stick it all in here, get committed. Ying uncomfortable to say the least. And yeah, expensive call there if you have to find it, so good laydown by Ying. Sun almost showed, but didn't in the end. So yeah, 60-minute blind intervals here for the main event. We play 2 levels, and then we generally take a 15-minute break. And that's what's about to happen here shortly. 184 players remain out of the starting field of 228. 1.5k, 3k are the blinds with the 3k ante on that big blind each round. We have seen quite an interesting few hours of play here for this day 2. Wider opens than expected. So, as we've said before, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. All the action about to unfold here at the main event day 2 WPT Korea Poker Festival.
Have you been playing poker recently, Richard, yourself?
Yeah, pretty much never stop, I guess. How about you?
I've taken a break for probably what 10, 14 days because I had a grueling last couple of months where I was probably grinding every day. And after hitting that jackpot score, I was just taking a step back and just putting more energy on content creation and working off the felts. And yeah, probably trying to learn different games now, trying to align my goals into the world of PLO. Uh, so yeah, where have you been playing, online or live? What's happening?
Yeah, at the moment, just I also took a bit of a break just because of some other things I've got going on in my life at the moment. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, definitely been grinding online. Never miss a Sunday, as they say. But then definitely been putting a lot of work in the lab. I just signed up for GTO Lab the other day, um, which
Oh,
is like,
nice.
yeah, very, very interesting now. After spending so much time on GTO Wizard, transitioning onto a new platform, it's quite interesting, because a lot of the stuff is the same, but then you find a couple of new little insights that you maybe had overlooked previously.
Is that the software, or like they have that learning thing that you can do, right? I am part of their Discord, but I'm not really sure if you're talking about the software like the GTO lab, or or the actual, like they, I feel like they have something for learning as well, like where you'll have Nick Petrangelo, Ben Heath talking strategy to you.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, a bit of both, I guess. Um, the reason
Uh-huh.
I decided to join GTO Lab was for Isaac Haxton. They've just brought him
Oh
on
yeah.
now as a coach. So I've always wanted to hear what he has to say. And as you know, he's not a man of many words. So when he does speak, it is a good idea to pay attention.
So that is basically giving you access to the learning videos, as well as as well as like a solver tool.
Correct. Yeah, so the lab, the
Oh,
GTO
nice.
lab, has got all of your ranges in there and your solvers, and you can go ahead and plug in your different situations, and then they also have, depending on which situations you've entered, they have then kind of embedded training videos for each of those spots, which is quite nice. And these guys are obviously high level, like you said, Ben Heath, Isaac Haxton, Jonathan Jaffe. It's all of the big names and all of the very, very well studied players. So it's definitely something to check out for any of our viewers or listeners. Mr. Yin, King Jack suited, up to 6.5k here, plus one position. And he's going to find some resistance in the form of a 3-bet Tamaru, pocket tens, 18.5k. He makes the price of poker. Yeah, tough decision here. Akshay for Hong in the big blind. Queen Jack suited, definitely a playable hand, but versus a 3-bet and an open from the early position, hands are a little bit tied there.
I mean, facing such an aggression, Queen Jack doesn't seem that confident. But Mr. Momo with King Jack of Diamonds has a decision. Has a decision. He's going to be playing out of position if he chooses to call. And the 3-bet is actually coming from a bigger stack, so he's actually covered as well. So, I mean, that's putting a lot of pressure on him.
A lot of pressure is correct there, Akshay. Four big blinds to see the flop, see potentially some diamonds. Because, I mean, even if you're seeing a king there, you're not too happy about life. Good laydown in the end by Mr. Yin. And Yamaru, aggressive route, seeming to work for him. He's amassed quite a few chips since joining the feature table, so I don't know if it's that jacket or what it is, but run good on his side at the moment. A7 suited for Mr. Wu, Playing just about 20 bigs out of the hijack here. Let's see if he finds any of the big blinds. Pocket fours for Hong. Definitely callable in the situation. However, Hong definitely a spicy enough player to choose a couple of other routes. But yeah, there we go. Just the one chip call. Offsuit king good enough to defend for Sun. Three-way to the flop. King 7 deuce. And that's why your mom always says, defend your kings. Just like that, Mr. Sun finds top pair. Of course, King 7 deuce. Rainbow good enough for a C bet there for the pre-flop aggressor, Mr. Wu. Hong should get out the way, but Sun definitely not going anywhere. I can tell you that much. Well, talk about action turn. Wu does pick up backdoor flush draw now. Will continue. Second barrel. But relatively small. I think 25% actually, if you look at it, 7K. Quite small. Might be wrong there. Don't
He's
quote me.
he's probably trying to target deuce or a seven with that bet, but Wu just reverses the nut flush.
Yeah, Mr. Wu
I
does have
mean,
the nuts right now. Let's see how big he goes. I guess your opponent does have ace queen, does have a lot of king x in this situation. A lot of bluff catches, and yeah, great price there. Sun makes the call. Unfortunately, he does see the nuts.
Sun had an eight of diamonds as well in his holding, so probably blocking that flush, making him pay off that bet. You can't really blame him as well because the bet was actually the right amount. And I feel like we have a dealer change here, Richard.
Yeah, dealer change, and I think that bet was a great sizing. Actually, just milking what you can from your player with the nuts there. One 184 players, all that remain now. I think we're coming up to.
In roughly 3 minutes, you will be on a break. During that break, we will be
Hear what he
releasing out
says.
the 500 value chips. We kindly request for the player at each table to buy up the 500 value chips.
Yeah,
From
and there you
the
can
players
hear
and
our
speed
wonderful
up the
TD
clock.
just announcing this is our final hand before we take a break and erase the 500 denominated chips. So we will take a 15-minute break and be right back, folks, after this hand. Snowmen getting opened here from under the gun, Mr. Luo. 6K. Raise and take it. Looks like it here, Akshay, for the last hand before the break. Easy as you like.
Yep, nice and easy.
Well, apologies, folks. It seems we might have one more hand.
Well, that hand was too fast, so we needed some spicy one to go on a break with.
I agree. Ying opening the ace-3 suited from the early position, and we'll find our button player, Mr. Sun, offsuit Broadway, good enough to come along for the flat on the button here.
Lewis folding Daniel's favorite hand, 10-7 off. And heads up to the flop. We go, Richard. A3 versus King Queen.
9-3 deuce rainbow. Ying finds middle pair. Great kicker, of course. We'll fire the C bet, and now just 2 overcards. Whew.
That's a chunky bet there, Richard. Pot bet, yeah. That's a chunky bet.
Oh, snap call by Sun. Interesting. Actually, maybe just thinks strength doesn't go that big. There we go, Ying. Loaded up and barrel. Very, very nicely done. 2 barrels, good enough to take it down there. And just like that, it looks like we are getting the indication that we'll be taking that break now, folks. So don't go anywhere. 15 minutes. We'll do the chip race, and then we'll be right back. See you soon.
Once again, dealers in the main event, we are racing up the 500 body chips.
换人了啊！你要看啥？不停，不要停啊！那3个这样，我这也3个这样，换吧。
先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那一次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次可能参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候， 然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那一次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛。然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候， 然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次豪客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了豪客赛冠军，然后那一次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候， 然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 也是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
Well, welcome back, folks. We are back from the break and we have a new feature table for you all. And we are not going to wait for the action because we have Ace King off opening up the action from under the gun. This is me, Akshay Kapoor, and alongside me, I have the lovely Richard Cooper.
Absolutely, Akshay. Great music there during the break. I don't know if you guys were dancing along with, but I know I was. WPT Korea Poker Cup and the RDPT putting on a great Jeju Poker Festival here for us. 2024 ending off with a bang. And just like that, raise and take it for the Ace King O. Brand new feature table, 90 big blinds for Mr. Chen. Short stack Mr. Yu, 19 BBs. 2K, 4K with the 4K ante on the big blind. That is the price of poker. 176 players remain out of the starting 228 Akshay. They say that the prize pool is sitting at around 1.2 million USD. That's a lot of money.
And do you know the buy-in of this event, Richard?
I do. I think the day ones were anywhere from 1.5 million to 2.5 million Korean won. So 1K to 1.7K USD.
That's a healthy payout for a 1K buy-in event. 1.2 million dollars in the prize pool, and I believe the up top, like the winner of this event is gonna go home with at least 200K USD. So that's like 200 times your money.
It's a massive prize pool, I must say. WPT
Yeah.
Korea putting on an absolute prize here for us.
Some new faces onto our feature table. Shane being the chip leader of this feature table with 90 big blinds. And we do have a shorty with 19 big blinds, 77,000. A pretty stacked
Some
table.
health. That's it, yeah. I was just about to say some healthy mid stacks there, actually. So definitely a lot of post flop play to be had here.
And we do have 3 females on our feature table this time around. Giving tough competition in a male-dominated sports. Well, now opening up the action with pocket fours.
Interesting. Off of what, 25 big blinds? Quite
I
interesting.
mean, I feel like, yeah, I mean, like fine open because you're not playing full ring table. I think there are like only 7 players on this feature table so far, so it's all right. She's actually playing like low jack, so it's all right. Not too bad. Like we've seen worse things,
Yeah, for sure. This is very true, actually. Like you said, they're not playing full ring, but also I think fours pretty much even at full ring, kind of borderline there. So not
Yeah,
bad.
but a good sign to steal the blinds, because actually it doesn't matter about the antes because you're actually playing big blind ante. So it's like kind of advantages to you that there are lesser players to get through. So when you open, you basically have 2 less players to go from. So actually very advantageous position in a big blind ante scenario.
Definitely. I myself would always open those fours. I think just, I do think I have an edge post flop, and if we do set mine, could be big potential there. How often are you trying the full bet there with the king deuce suited, actually?
Never. With like when there are 176 players left. I mean, I can probably do that when it's on the final table, right? Like the final tables, I can probably try to be more cheeky. But when there are like 176 players, still like 100 odd players to get through, just to get in the money. I'm not trying to, trying to put unnecessarily pressure on my opponents, because it's like a two-way sword, like if it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, you are down to like 100K. Chain with pocket sevens here, +1.
Okay, but you can lose this time entry workout. We're now playing 4 players. For those who are interested,
Richard, I feel like
now playing
the,
register.
the pink chips are actually more than 500, because I've seen players use them to three bet, and those seem like more on the bigger side. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
we
my
did lose the
denominations were wrong.
500s. Yeah,
Yeah,
we did lose those 500s at that break, so I think they were the blue chips. We're left now with the 1Ks and the 5Ks, right?
I think yellows are 1K for sure. So now these pink ones are like 5K, and the green one, the new chips that we see, are worth I think 25K. So yeah. Ooh, aggression being put out by Mr. Wow with 6-5 of spades, going up against +1 position. And these are some aggressive players we have on our feature table. 6-5 suited going to a 3-bet versus +1 open. Wow. And both of these guys have like a bigger stack, almost playing 80 big blinds as we go on to the flop of Jack 8-5. Two overcards, two sevens. Not gonna feel very confident. How sitting there with bottom pair. Well, Chen probably has to call at least one here. It's not good that he doesn't have a club in his hand, but I feel he probably gets to call one, and then probably decides what he wants to do on depending on what the turn card brings. And then he could have some raises as well with pocket sevens, but that's like 10% frequency.
Yeah. I don't know about the raising
That's
with the sevens
definitely
there,
just.
but definitely now it's a bit of a spicy turn card. Backdoor flush obviously did get there. This is a 3-bet pot pre-flop, so that's something you have to consider. Over cards definitely very much right within both of these two's holdings. So maybe Chen, yep, happy for the check there. Chuang surely knows he has to bet here.
I mean, Chuang, could feel like his opponent can have some ace highs, which will not decide to, bluff at the river. So sometimes the five is good. Well, not in this scenario, but sometimes a pair of five can be good. So like he could really go both ways. Yeah, he goes for a check. Not happy about it. Well, Chen's gonna be really happy to see that his pocket sevens are good.
So say that he does bet Akshay, what size does he have to go there to get those sevens to fold, do you think? Or the ace
I
high?
think he can probably go like, I think he can probably go just 50%, because like when he checks down the turn, he's basically saying I don't have a flush. So when he goes for like a river bet, he doesn't have to like polarize of having a flush or nothing. Whereas he can just go for half pot and just try to say I have a jack, and since you haven't decided to bet out on the river, I can go for a value with my jack X, like hands like ace jack with ace of clubs, king jack with king of clubs, things like that.
Nicely said there. Nice hand of poker to get us back started here after the break. 169 players remain. We will be playing down all the way to the end of level 18 today. So still quite a few levels to be played. We will be finishing play on 6K, 12K big blinds. So that is something for the players to consider. Definitely not wanting to go through to day 3 too short stacked.
And coming back to the last hand, I'm not a really big fan of going for a three bet from hijack versus +1. I rather be on, like, let's say, cut off button when I'm choosing to three bet hands like 6-5 suited, because there's going to be less players to act after me. So I felt like that was a bit of out of line.
I mean, I must agree, like we saw how well the cutoff versus hijack 3-bet worked with the 7-6 suited previously. So, 3-betting closer to the later positions, I think much better for those suited connectors. Yeah, and the side-by-side action shot, just so beautiful. Able to see both players and their live tells as those cards get put onto the center of the felt. Deuce on the river. Check mark to Guan. Ain't good enough. Seven-handed, at this feature so far. 104 bigs for Chen, 75 for Chuang chasing behind him, and then Guan middle stack 63 bigs. And Miss Yu does find herself as the short stack here, 22 big blinds, all that she is playing. So definitely time for her to step up, make use of the 60-minute level, and try and chip up before those blinds increase in about 30 minutes time.
Chen limping from the small blind with 9-5 of clubs. How Expecting to go for an ISO with ace-3 suited. Takes down the pot. Nice and easy. And on to the next hand. We move. Now, Mr. Howe heads to limp with King Jack off, trying to trap his opponent. We'll go on just checking back with three deuce of diamonds. Gut shot, King High for Howe. And some backdoor straight draw, flush draw for Mr. Ding. Let's see what he decides to do with his backdoor equity. Well, he decides to bet it and try to take down this one with just 3 high. But I feel like that's not going to happen because Chuang does have king high, does have a gut shot. He does elect to go for a check raise here. Goes for 20,000. Ding regretting his decision to bet on this flop. This flop really doesn't go well with his check back range in the big blind. And that is why Mr. Chuang taking advantage of that. There we go. Very interesting play there by Mr. Chuang, electing to limp with King Jack off and then just check raising on the flop on Ace 10 9 just with a gut shot, King high equity. We are still playing 7-handed on our feature table. Trying to find 2 more players to fit in and complete this feature table. 169 remain out of the 667 players that took part in this tournament. 1.2 million prize pool. Yukako with ace 5 off.
Ace. Absolutely, ace 5-0, good enough here from the hijack. Leroy. Raise and take it for the ace 5-0. She'll love to see it. Getting active now. Haven't seen her involved in many pots. Choosing a nice time there to get involved.
There we go. Chen opens up the action with King 7 of hearts. Good looking hand. And Chuang with ace queen. Sitting in the cutoff, elects to 3-bet. Well, you're going to be seeing a lot of 3-bets because the players on this feature table are playing like average 40 big blind plus. And when you're playing this deep, you want to inflate the pot so that when you have a value hand, you can win the most money from your opponent.
Just a reminder, no electronic devices allowed at these feature tables. So if you are playing here live at the WPT Korea Festival, please make sure that you get all of your text messages sent before coming to the feature table, because they will take those cell phones away from you.
So you mean I can't call my friend and ask what to do?
Fortunately not, actually. We can't be checking GPO Wizard in between hands.
I just wanted to call my friend Richard Cooper and ask what he would like to do on an like a ace high boat when I have pocket
I mean, I
deuces.
think you know. I think you know what the answer would be.
Like, mate, I'm watching this stream 30 minutes delay. I can't help you. Oh, dude.
As my good friend once said, when in doubt, bet. And if you're still in doubt, all in.
Yeah.
那我就开4吧。我好，那我下台了，我看一下搁下面能不能拍到。
Wow, that's the first walk we've seen, actually.
Sorry, what was that, Richard?
The big blind gets the walk.
Oh wow, that's the first walk we saw today, huh? So I was poker strategy for you, Richard, because I know that you've been working very, very hard in the poker lab, the GTO lab as well. So I have a very, very important strategy, very easy, nice and easy to remember. All right, you got your pen and paper?
Okay, got it.
So, okay, so when in doubt, check raise, okay? When not in doubt, still check raise.
Got it.
Yeah, today is gonna be
Always
full
check
of
raise.
always check raise, yeah. Then I have another one for bluffing because that's very important because bluffing is a very important part of poker, right? So I'll tell you my bluffing strategy in poker. After this hand, as we see king queen versus king queen, +2 versus the cutoff on an ace 9-4. Nothing for both the players, but this flop should suit the pre-flop raiser.
Absolutely, like you said, suits the pre-flop aggressor there much better than it does our caller and quick fold of the same hand. And what were you saying actually about bluffing? Quite interested.
Yeah, so my poker bluffing strategy is very simple, just like my last one. I only bluff when I'm confident that no one will believe me. Okay, I'll repeat that, Richard, for you. I only bluff
Mm-hmm.
when I am confident that no one will believe me. So that pretty much means never.
So you think
So yeah,
people don't believe you at the poker table?
they never believe me in life. Forget poker tables, buddy.
So they never believe you. Why not? Why do you think?
I don't know. I maybe my I have a special face that tells you not to believe this guy.
You have a bluff face.
I don't know, man. Yeah, wait till you see my face, and then you'll probably get that.
I'll see, I'll see. Well, I mean, after doing commentary with you, I feel like I know your game pretty well, so I would love to play against you someday. It would be very interesting, I
Done.
think.
Yeah, I think we should head up to Jeju and landing casino and set up like a heads up table, and then
Done.
the chat can commentate for us.
Sounds good. Multi-way here to this flop A7-5 rainbow. Two players do have That top pair that they found now, Lian with the ace-queen suited, out kicking Chen at the moment, but Chuang not slowing down, continuing the pre-flop aggression here. C bet of 12k into the 30. So 1/3 pot. And Leon does think it's a little bit small and just clicks it back at her. Interesting click back here. What do you think, Akshay?
Analyzing it. Well, probably. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about clicking this thing. Like, what do you achieve here? I mean, he's targeting weaker ace-x, but then the stronger ace-x is also in his range. I mean, that's very like a uncanny move, you know? Multi where you are just clicking versus a pre-flop raiser.
Wow. What action here, Akshay. Oh my goodness. 3-bet versus a click. Chen really not believing Leon at all. Leon, I mean, all in, I think. I would love to see here. Just continue with that story.
I
Aces,
mean,
kings,
but
queens.
how strong does Mr. Chen look? You know, he was facing in a bet, then he was facing a 2x, like a min click to that bet, and now he's coming on top of that with whatever holding. You know, we
Yeah,
can see that he
crazy
has ace
strength.
jack. Yeah, do you really feel that confident with ace queen? Wow,
No,
there we
not at
go,
all.
hitting two pair on the turn. I mean, because the big blind can have, you know, ace five, ace seven, seven five, pocket fives, some pocket sevens, and then obviously there are like six, eight bluffs, four, three, four bluffs, things like that. Nine, 10 could be one of those bluffs as well. But multi-way people generally don't do that, you know. So it's more likely two pairs, ace five, ace seven, and pocket fives and pocket sevens. Ace queen were in a really good position on the flop, but not anymore. And wow, what a fold by Miss Leanne with ace queen. Richard, what do you got to say, buddy?
I mean, I'm speechless at the moment, actually. Just interesting decision all around there from the click to then just deciding to give up at the right moment like she knew. It's just interesting. Because the jack doesn't really change anything necessarily in her head. So when she's clicking and then calling, she should be ready to call on a bet on the jack. So interesting there. I don't know about that strategy, actually.
Yeah, definitely interesting one. I mean, you know, as we discussed before, like it just speaks out so much strength when you go for that three bet line on the flop.
Yeah, you're
I mean,
screaming
it clearly
set
it just
or two pair
yeah, like
here.
sets or two pair plus. Yeah.
Yeah. King 7 deuce, accompanied by the queen on the turn. After the check throughs, very passive play here by these two holdings. Will get to the river very cheaply. Showdown. Chung in the big, just able to defend it there. Oh, yeah, he is. Beautiful setting here. Felt looking great. I love that multicolor, looking so nice. Red to the black. Hot versus cold. WPT Korea. This is Richard Cooper bringing you the live coverage all day long today, tomorrow, the next day, and the day after. Of course, I'm joined alongside the very, very talented man himself, Mr. Akshay Kapoor. And I can tell you now, it's been an absolute blast so far. We're just warming up here. Still many, many levels of poker to go. We are playing up until the end of level 18 today. We will bag and tag and bring it back before day 3 tomorrow. Oh, action, action. All in for the pocket sevens, 76k. So 19 big blinds, all in, open shove. Very interesting decision, Akshay. And yeah, Juan gonna come along with the ace king O. Gonna run it. Flip time. There's equities up on your screen, obviously just due to folded cards. 52% for the pocket sevens now. One all in and at risk, needs an ace or a king. 984 rainbow, not looking good so far. Sevens still good. Some additional outs now for Juan to counterfeit you. But unfortunately, deuce on the river seals a deal. GG, Mr. Juan eliminated from our feature table. Ace king, not good enough against the sevens. Chip counts up on your screen, 119 BBs for Chen. You still at the bottom there, 20 BBs. All that remain for them. $2K, $4K are those blinds with the 4K anti-active on the big blind each round. Those will increase in about 15 minutes. My time is correct, and we will go up 3K, 5K.
Well, Shen is opening up the action with King Queen. Sorry, go on, Richard, please.
I was just mumbling on, Akshay, about how those stacks get shorter and shorter. They don't ever increase. Inflation and all, as they say. Oh, spicy. Chen, maximum pressure. King, Queen, oh, just ripping it there. And the pocket eights getting folded. Maybe just too many big blinds. Way too many big blinds. 129 big blinds, of course. Chen, the big stack bully at the moment. So just showing us. What do you make of that rip, Akshay? King, Queen, O.
I mean, he definitely saw Chuang getting, going after him. He chose to three bet earlier as well, and maybe Chuang really left his call button today at home, so he's just going for a three bet every time there's a late position open. And King Queen is like one of the perfect hands to four bet rip. You have decent equity when you're call, even when your opponent has like a hand like pocket jacks. So, and plus you're blocking hands like ace king, pocket kings, queens, ace queen off. So yeah, I mean, I like that actually.
Wow, interesting. I didn't think you would agree with that, so that's interesting. I note that about you for sure.
I mean, you just have to see it like, right, when you have like a hand like king queen suited, you rather call, right? But when you have a hand like king queen off, you can just rip at times and just make your opponent fold. And especially when your opponents are three betting hands like pocket eights, that's for sure is, like calling at 90% frequency when you're playing this deep. So if your opponent starts, to widen his three bet range, basically these are the bluffs that you use, like king jack suited, king queen off, ace jack off, things like that. So to deny them equity, and you're getting the best hand to fold here. Pocket eights were the best hand, and they decided to fold versus a superior aggressive move.
Sure, that is one way to think about it, but King Queen are also unblocking all of the ace X combos and the nuts, so they're only really blocking kings. I think there are definitely a lot of mixed strategies there. I myself probably not going to rip the King Queen O there. King Jack suited, King Queen suited. One of those hands I would play post flop King Queen O. I probably find myself folding too tight now that we're talking through it. So an interesting one there, actually.
Yeah, king queen off that will never fold. Like it will either call or four bet. I'm not sure if it would rip. Maybe at 20 it would definitely. 30 I'm not sure. But yeah, king queen off just never folds versus a three bet. This is obviously late position versus late position. Are you ready for one of my bad beat jokes, Richard? Well,
Yeah,
I will hold that
give
bad beat joke because we do have King Jack 5, and Chen does have a gut shot. A 10 would give him a straight. Chuang with a set here. I was saving my joke for some bad beat that would take place in the live stream, but it's just too good that I cannot. But I'll just wait for this hand to finish. And there we go, the dynamic camera where we can see both the players, see the facial expressions, what they do when they have a value hand, what they do when they are bluffing. Chuang really looking confident with a set of jacks here. And now
well,
turning chords.
if you felt yeah, if he felt confident with his set, actually, I'm sure he's feeling real good looking at quads now. Wouldn't he just love a 10 to peel off on the river?
Well, wouldn't he love that his opponent is grabbing some chips and leading when he's actually turned quads?
Okay, how's about this 10 of spades on the river?
I mean, that is just Christmas present for Mr. Chuang if that happens. Or any spade, not even just 10, any spade would cause fireworks. And this is a hefty bet, half pot bet. Wow. That's
Just,
call. The
just
pot
call.
is 208k. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It just seemed that he grabbed a lot of chips, but it was just a calling chips.
Yeah, yeah. Good. Okay.
That is the ace of clubs on the river. Doesn't change anything. Chuang still has quads of jacks. Chen with queen nine, just queen high. Try to bluff at it on the turn. Does he continue to tell the story on the river?
A good
I
card
mean,
for
ace.
him, I think. Just holding queen 9, I guess, could be ripping queen 10 very, very easily here.
I mean, I felt like the ace would be the only card that would stop him to make another mistake, but he's not scared. He's like, I have to rep a jack, I have to rep a jack. But Chuang just moves all in very, very quickly.
Too fast, one would say.
Yeah. And now it's going to be very interesting if if he is actually bluffing and he moves, and then he decides to take time. That would be a timing tell, as we call it. Mm,
Yeah, I would have
yeah.
loved him to tank a little bit there and then move all in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I mean, we're not saying like tank, but at
Not
least
tank.
take a bit of
Yeah, yeah.
time. Yeah, if you have a decision, like let's say if you have an ace king there, right? You'll obviously take some time before making the call, or going all in or folding, whatever, right? Just think
Take
if
some
you have a
time.
marginal hand, not just like the top of your range.
But that's what happens actually when you see quads, you see stars.
Yeah, you start dancing inside.
Exactly. All in.
Yeah, Queen Nine. Yeah,
So,
Queen Nine really getting out of line. It was a fine open facing a three bet. Queen Nine just always folds. It's just I think the player dynamics where they both have been three betting each other, and also at times they're four betting. So probably that led to a call with such a marginal holding like Queen Nine, and it really got punished hard in the last hand. Alrighty, Richard, time for my bad beat joke. Okay, are you ready?
go for it.
Okay. So getting rivered is like dating. You think it's going well, and then bam, it's over.
I mean, I can see how your love life has gone in the past. Actually, it seems like you're got some trauma built up there.
I don't know if I can call it trauma. Something else.
Nice timing there for Leon. All in with the pocket tens. Hits it through, picks up the necessary chips. Being rather short stacked here. Last couple of hands before those blinds do increase. Those stacks will get shorter and shorter. Jacks now for Leon. On the button. Nice hand, nice position. The stack is the only problem. Playing off of 22 bigs roundabout. Offsuit 2 gapper getting defended by Chen. Top set for Leon. A nice check back. Obviously not worried about a lot. That 9 may be a little bit worrying. She does, however, block those hearts. Delayed C-bet now, 12k. Good sizing. Wow, beautiful sizing just to get the call there from Chen. Ace on the river, maybe just thinking ace in her opponent's range. Definitely a plausible holding, but yeah, obviously Chen not willing to lose any more chips in that one. Still 7-handed here, Akshay. Interesting that we haven't gone up to at least 8.
Well, we are trying to find an amazing personality for our feature table here, Richard. We have 3 lovely ladies playing on our feature table, so we need something to match their beauty and obviously skill.
Yeah, definitely some big names there. I saw some past winners as well from the previous series. So when they switch up, we may see a big star make their presence. Ace-9, 6-2 hearts on this flop. Both players with very marginal holdings.
就是这啊，这样是少一点，是不是啊？这就是这样，这是真的呀，对呀。
And bet from the small blind, good enough. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that one confused me a little bit there. Bet from the big blind, excuse me, good enough to take it down. Alrighty, I hope you can hear us loud and clear. Shout out to the TD, keeping things running really smoothly. And answering our prayers. We're about to get our 8th player, Akshay. On defending the offsuit connectors in the big Ace-Jack 3 monotone flop, Roy with the ace. Ooh, interesting check. Maybe just some pot control, and now improving 2-2 pair. However, wrong color for her at the moment. She will delay c-bet. And Guan, of course, not holding much to talk about, an easy fold for the big blind.
Well, definitely, Richard. It's not going to be easy for Mr. Ding to be on this feature table. It's not going his way so far, but he just has to remain patient, and his time would come.
Absolutely, Akshay. That's how it works in poker. All about patience.
Sang opening up the action with pocket fours. The chirpies, as I call them.
Yep, he is our new face here at the feature, bringing in a healthy stack, Mr. Lei Zhang. He's got the mask on, so I can't see his face, but If it's the Lei Zhang I'm thinking about, I've played against him before.
Only 154 players remain now, Richard. Moving closer to our bubble. Just to remind our viewers, only 96 of the players are going to go in the money in this tournament. The prize pool of this very tournament is $1.2 million. Chen going for a 3-bet with King 10-0, putting maximum pressure on Zhang. Definitely something working for Mr. Chen after a while. He lost 2 big pots, and now he's just on the rebound to get the chips back.
$154 players remain here out of the 228 that started this day 2 this morning. We've seen a lot of elimination so far and a lot more to come. Playing up until the end of level 18 tonight, so a lot more poker.
Well, Chen is going to open up with ace-8 of diamonds, no doubt. And Mao just going to fold king 5 off in the big blind, not defending. With the chips that she has, could have defended that one, but it's alright to fold versus an aggressive player. And I feel like that's some iced tea that we've been talking about since the start of the coverage. There are a lot of players are drinking that iced tea too. Maybe it's iced tea, maybe it's coffee, who knows.
Maybe it's the secret sauce, as they say, the secret run good sauce.
Or we shall find the secret then, Richard, if the sauce is actually working or not. Well, Chen's not going to take any backseat. Yeah, I've been trying to work out. Yeah, I don't know, Meg. I've been trying. I just that like I've been going for a while now, and I've been following a very strict diet, but I just can't lose weight. Like my weight, and it's not like my weight is increasing. I'm like at a level where either it's not even increasing, it's not decreasing, it's just staying at one position, which I don't like. As we go on to the board of ace 5-3, top pair for a big blind, but middle pair for Mr. Chen, and he's going to bet. And it feels like a very small bet here, Richard. I think it's on the skirts of 6,000, 2 big blinds. No, 1.5 even. Blinds have increased, 2,000, 4,000.
Interesting sizing that Chen does go for there on the flop. Ooh. So a very weak line that Chen has taken here, and in fact rewarded on the river. Disguised 2 pair. Now he's got to go and get that value from that ace-x. I surely called his flop bet. Yeah, very nice sizing here. Almost pot. I think it's like 95% pot. Absolutely love the sizing. Whoa! And exactly what we said, get called by that ace-x. And that's what he gets. Leon sees the bad news. She sends herself down to just 15 big blinds now, so in the danger zone.
Ucha opening up the action with the little ace, ace for off. I like this call on the button with ace jack off and not going for a 3-bet because again you want to have some strong holdings when you go post flop, especially when you're playing in position, and also you attract a lot of weaker holdings in the big blinds, like weaker jack x, you know, and that is exactly what we see now. Yukako is going to be in a really tough spot because she does have a top pair, but she's also facing an all in, so tricky time for her, and she still has like the pre-flop razor to act. I mean, Mao can have a flush draw, but the only hand I can think he can have is like Jack 10 or a flush draw that Yukako is beating, and that is the reason Yukako is going to fold. Wow, beautiful fold there. Mao taking down the pot, racking up the chips up to 88,000 now.
So yeah, nice strategy for Mal there, going for the flat pre-flop and then just choosing a nice time to jammo there when she flops top pair. Good strategy by her.
I mean, do you think she can go smaller and like she doesn't have to go all in when she has like such a monster top pair, top kicker, and she was already short
Yeah,
stacked?
definitely. I mean, I was trying to say that a little bit earlier, that I definitely was surprised at her jamming, especially not facing any other bet. I understand facing a bet rejam, but no need to jam there.
Maybe a bit of inexperience showing up. It's all right. I mean, you learn, you get comfortable around feature tables. Like it's not easy to be sitting on the feature table. There are bright lights right at your face. You've been commentated, you've been watched by so many people on YouTube, Facebook. Your friends are going to see it, so you'll obviously be nervous, right? And then as you keep showing up, keep coming on the feature tables, keep playing poker, you get comfortable, and then you don't like you learn from your mistakes.
Absolutely. And Guan here 3-betting the Cowboys and putting Mr. Chen in an uncomfortable position. He does make the call though, and as they say, the brave are awarded. Bottom set for Chen. Appropriate C-bet going in here from Guan, given that he did 3-bet pre-flop, so good sizing, 24k. I like it very much, but unfortunately for him, Chen licking his lips behind that hoodie. Ooh, interesting. Interesting sizing. 60k, so that's what, 2.5x.
百家乐和21点啥区别？
Just take note of those stack to pot ratios. If Guan does make the call here, he will be left with less than 1-to-1 SBR. That's exactly what happens now. 195k in the middle. Big pot here, Akshay. Both players SBR very, very low before we even see a turn card. Oh, 6. Bit of a brick, brick on the turn, so Guan might be in a world of trouble here depending on how Chen does choose to proceed, holding his bottom set. That's how he decides to do it. All in. Slightly over pot, maybe 120% pot jam. Versus
Well,
a
it
very
hasn't been
shorter
ding ding day
SPR.
today.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think he's thinking?
I lose to an ace.
I mean, why is there an
Why
ace
do
on the
my
flop?
yes, yes. Why do my kings always flop an ace?
Or does my opponent have a flush draw? So yeah, I mean that's like the first question will come. Why is there an ace on the board? The second would be, does my opponent has a flush draw? Third would be
Third, why am I
probably
so
like, why do I
unlucky?
have pocket kings? True. Oh, man. Well, it's not easy to fold pocket kings even on ace-high boards, and that's it. That is clear what we are seeing on our stream today. It hasn't been Ding's day, and you know when it's not your day, it's not your day. It hasn't. He's just been in a blender for the last an hour or two. So yeah, don't blame him for taking so much time and decides to correctly fold his pocket kings. Not happy.
Good laydown. Disciplined laydown there
Good
by
laydown.
Guan. Obviously, already put a lot of money in the middle there, and some people kind of just flick the rest in and say they're pot committed, excuse me, but the real disciplined ones will find the fold. So well done, sir. Well done. And actually, funny you talk about him taking a little bit of time there. This is the last level of play we have where we don't have any shot clocks in play. We'll take a 15-minute break after this level, and then when we come back for the 3K, 6K blind intervals, we will introduce the shot clocks. So that will change the dynamic.
What are your thoughts on the shot clock?
Yeah, I like it. I definitely like it. What about you?
I like them before the final three tables. Then
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
know
yeah, yeah, of
when I
course.
reach final three, I don't like them at all. Then you can probably give me, but see, it's gonna be really difficult to implement. Like you can give me a chess clock for like let's say 15 minutes or 25 minutes, but it's gonna be really difficult because you're gonna have like like a square box in front of you, which is going to be really difficult, and it's not gonna look nice for for the streamers. It's not gonna look nice. So I would probably have shot clock from let's say level one or level two, and then I will have it till the end of level like last three tables, and then I'll take it off because that's where the huge money is involved, and you need time to think in those scenarios. And plus, people don't waste that much time. Well, I'm gonna stop my thought process there as we have an all-in on a call. Ace four versus King Queen. King Queen diamonds versus Ace four off. Safe board
Oof,
for Ace high and no, Richard. King Queen gonna
my
go for a flush
goodness.
on the river. Oh my god. That's like runner
Oh,
flush.
I
Oh
love
my
your reaction,
god.
actually, and yes, you are correct. Runner, runner. It is indeed for the flush of Zhang, and just like that, we do say GG to our female, one of our females, Super Mario fan at the feature table. Yeah, so going back to the shot clock, actually, some players do waste time, and some players don't. So I get that. However, I think it just adds a little bit of more adrenaline to the game when you're playing for big money and you're under pressure with that shot clock situation. It also goes to talk about shot clock management, which is very important. It's almost as important as bankroll management, they say, actually. So it's all about building those shot clocks up then and making sure you have enough time when it gets to the wire.
Yeah, correctly said there, Richard. But like, just imagine, like, the WSOP main event where Espen and um, I don't remember the guy who came second, but he actually
Nobody does.
hung for about 20 minutes. No, but I know, like, I actually have him on my Facebook friend. I've even like spoken to the guy, right? I think its name is
I'm
Aiden or
joking.
something. I was just not sure, right?
Yeah.
But I've spoken to the guy before he actually came second in the WSOP. But just imagine how, it won't like how like he tanked for 20 minutes on that river decision when he basically made that call and end up losing the main event heads up. But that adds so much drama to the game. So nice to, for the spectators who are seeing at home, that the guy is deep in the tank for like 20 minutes, sitting there with like third pair, and the chat is saying, "Oh my God, I would have folded this ages ago. What the heck is happening?" So things like that. Like, I mean, it adds a bit of drama to the game, which is not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, definitely goes both ways. So I see. Oh my goodness! Talking about both ways, Kutsu going for the all-in here. Ace 10. Oh, oh my goodness! Gets snapped off by Chen. Big board for him. 10 outs. He's got that flush draw, nut flush draw at that. Oh my goodness! Nut flush on the turn. And just like that, nail in the coffin for Akutsu. GG. Two ladies bite the dust. Hand after hand, Akshay. What do you make of that?
We have the only lady on the feature table. That doesn't make me happy, Richard. I know that you have a fiance, but I'm still single, and I don't like to see just one female poker player on the feature table. I mean, these guys have to be a bit more sensitive and not knock out the female poker players from the feature table, at least for my sake. Because I'm really excited and curious to see how they play. What is the skill level that we are seeing? Because it is so rare that we get to see female poker players play poker, especially on feature tables. And I'm a big admirer of all the female poker players that we have in the world, not in just my country. And it is just an inspiration for me, and just to see them trying to solidify their place in such a male dominated game.
Yeah, absolutely, Akshay. Down from 3 females at the feature, down to just one. She is looking very, very switched on, though. You can see she's ready to take the fight to these men at this feature table. 3K, 5K, all those blind, the 5K ante. This is the last level before the break. And then we introduce that shot clock, as we said earlier. So if they want to tank, now is the time.
There we go. We see a raise with Jack 10 of clubs on a 9-7-4 board here, Richard. Ace Queen decides to bet on the flop and gets raised by Chen. Chen has been one of the most aggressive players that we've had on our feature table, and we clearly get to see that on the flop. He has nothing, just a gut shot, and no backdoor flush draws, and he's going at it. And these two are big stacks, Chen's playing almost 500k, Zhang 250k. Those are some big stacks. You're only playing 3K, 5K, 5K big blind ante. So they're playing more than 40 big blinds each. Zhang making the call, and he does have ace of spades in his hand, a very important card to have when he decides to, do whatever he decides on the turn. He can really rep a flush here by going for a raise or a call. And I really hope he goes for a raise here with a nut blocker to represent a flush, because calling and then being out of position or whatever is not going to be really favorable for him. He decides to
Yeah,
call. He
absolutely,
knows his
Akshay.
player,
Also,
Richard. Yeah.
yeah, it's all about table
Well, he
knowledge,
does know his.
That's
He, ouch on that river, Richard. He does hit his pair, but that is no good as Chen makes a straight, a runner straight. I mean, if he thought he was good on the flop and on the turn, he must really think he would be good on the river, which is not the case because Chen has just rivered a runner straight. He has the nuts, not the nuts. Well, the flushes are the nuts, but other than that, he has a straight on this river, and it's going to be really
and good.
interesting what sizing he goes for, and then what Zhang will do facing a like a, let's say, half pot bet.
Yeah, definitely, especially versus the aggressive Mr. Chen. So, Zhang holding that ace of spades, 3 spades on the board. Actually, is jam out of the question?
I wouldn't count that out, Richard, because it's like a 25% bet on the river, and he does have ace of spades. He has decided to just call it off, and it's gonna be really surprised to see Mr. Chen's holding Jack 10. He got raised on the flop, got bet on the turn, and on the river. I mean, he just got unlucky. He just got rivered.
Yeah, interesting decision there. But yeah, both plays definitely have merit in that situation. Actually, obviously losing, I would say, a very, very minimal amount there.
Yep. I mean, very, very brave calls on the flop and the turn, and rightly so, but just on the river he got unlucky. And we have a Triton representative on the feature table. Seat 4, I believe, is wearing Triton merchandise. Alrighty, King 6 on the flop. King versus Chow. Chow with the better of it. Pair of 6.
Alrighty, Ace King O here for Hiroi. Early position open. My favorite hand, we call it the church where I'm from. And she will find some resistance here from her counterpart in the cutoff. He will just flat, and let's just wait for those graphics to catch up, folks. Can't say much more at this stage.
Alrighty, Jack 8. Mao with 10-9 of hearts. Straight draw for him. Then we have nothing for Ace King. Nothing for Ace 5. Where we do see pocket 4s betting on this flop.
Ooh, Mr. Renji Mao. I didn't even see him there. Big star here at our feature table, actually. Close to $1 million in live earnings on the Hendon. WSOP bracelet winner, I may add as well.
We're talking about Mr. Mao?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mentioned him. He was wearing the Triton merchandise. I was there. We got the hot shot on the feature table. I think you missed that.
That's it.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't
I actually didn't know. Yeah, I actually didn't know that he had $1 million in earnings, right? Live earnings. Wow. Chuang has to go for a bet here. pocket fours can't be good on such a connected board. Goes for a hefty bet here, Richard. 40K,
Yeah, hefty
42K
betting.
in, yeah.
I mean, it's such a wet board. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, Akshay. Well, that's why he has a WSOP bracelet and $1 million on the Hendon. What a move. What a move,
Wow.
folks. Jack
What's it?
10 9 8 on the board, and he rips it with 10 9. Wow.
What's what? Wow. That's just some move
Wow.
that I've never seen before. Like converting your two pairs into a bluff. Surely that's not value, right? Wow, what a move. Maybe
And
this is
on that
something that I
board,
am also
Akshay.
missing in my game. Yeah, like
Wow.
crazy. And you don't have any blockers to a straight as well.
Nothing.
Wow, crazy. I mean, probably could
Completely
be a live
unblocking all
tell.
of him.
Yeah, I mean, could be a live tell, but I mean, if that's a move to think about it. Like I could see that if you have like a hand like ace nine or like a 10 something that you want to bluff, but I mean, wow, 10-9 converting your two pair into a bluff on that river, like a 1-2 a straight. I mean, this is something that I am definitely missing in my game, and coming from him, it it would really make sense, like he's one of the top players, $1 million in live earnings. So yeah, I mean, we just have to follow his lead there, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very nicely done there by the superstar at this feature.
I'm gonna go and get my paper and pen. This is going to be a masterclass. Man, just Diggs just getting pushed around by left, right, and center. Every time he's in the pot,
Yeah,
he's just getting pushed out by all the players that we have on the feature table. King 10 going for a 3 bet. When he had pocket king, somebody had an ace. Oh, somebody had a set. Ah, I feel for the poor bloke.
oh, what a pity, Akshay. As they say, Chong. And he will just table the aces.
I mean, he's been waiting to get aces and get paid off, but when he actually, picks up pocket aces, nobody has a hand.
Absolutely. 154 players remain here, Akshay. What is your strategy? 96 being paid. If you've got a shorter stack at this stage, what are you doing? Are you going for it? Or are you just trying to fold down to 1 BB?
I mean, it really depends, Richard, how short we are talking about. Because I feel like even if I have 15 big blinds, I wouldn't consider myself short in this tournament. There are 60 minutes levels, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna be I'm gonna definitely gonna be aggressive, more aggressive versus the chip leader opens, like players who have about 30, 40 big blinds, because it would take a lot for them to call my shoves. But thing is, right? So it really depends, man. It really depends what my stack is. Like if I there's so much difference in strategy if I have 10 big blinds and 15 big blinds that I cannot even tell you, right? Like if there are three betting at 15, there's very less three bets at 10. At 20, there's only three bets and no jams. So it really boils down to how much of a stack I have. So yeah, I mean, a tough question to ask. I mean, it depends. It really depends on. There's so many factors.
Yeah, absolutely. Always very dependent on those factors at the table, Akshay.
Yeah, but I'm not making any crazy folds. Like I'm not laying down pocket jacks pre-flop. Yeah. And poker has taken a full 360. We've introduced big bets. People used to big bet like in 2006, 2007, where like they will bet pot on the flop, sometimes over pot, and we used to think that was such a fishy move, but it just turns out that it's not fishy. It actually makes sense to bet big on a very connected board, because small betting won't achieve anything and your opponent gets a really good price to call. And then again, when people used to min click it, like in 2006, like you'll open to two, they'll make it three, and most of the times they'll have aces, kings, right? And it is back right now in 2024. People like the tools are telling you to actually go for a min click on the final tables. So like poker has taken a full 360 in my opinion.
Absolutely, Akshay. Definitely a lot more balance we see these days with all of the solvers and the labs out there. People doing a lot more studying and a lot more balanced play as a result of that studying. So, interesting game, always growing more interesting as the times go on. And I think, like we said earlier, booming at the moment globally. Since COVID, it's just really taken off, and we love to see it.
And it's such a fascinating sport, right, Richard? Like we just saw one of Vladimir win the Triton main event, which was just magical, right? So it just tells you the game is so fascinating. No matter how much you study, you can still lose. No matter how much you not study, you can still win. I mean, there are so many different factors to the game that makes it so fascinating to play, to watch. I mean, if you're like watching poker for the first time, it might seem that there's not much happening, there's not much strategy, it's all about luck, it's all about flips. Well, it is not. It is a lot about strategies, it is a lot about your opening hands, and then how you basically play post flop, tell your opponent your range, your perceived range. There's a lot of small adjustments that you can make, which is the most interesting part of this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely, Akshay. Trip counts up on your screen there. Some big stack bullies here at this feature at the moment. 121 big blinds for Mr. Chen. 103 for Chuang. Renji Mao, the superstar, sitting with 54 bigs, so the middling stack at this feature currently. And then the two shorties, Roy and Guan, 25 and 23 big blinds each. Time for them to make some moves here before those stacks get below the 15 big blind mark, as we like to call it, danger zone.
Well,
All
Jing
in
just going
now.
all in.
Yeah, ace-5 suited, power hand, nice for a 3-bet, nice for a 4-bet jam bluff, but not nice to call it off with, facing an all-in. So Renji Mao making the fold there, ace-king O getting through, church.
We have a new player joining our feature table in seat 5. We will surely get his details, get his name. Looks like a fun personality and is being offered a side table to share the water with. Yukako with ace queen off, under the gun, playing just about 23 big blinds. Opens up the action, the only female player that we have on our feature table.
Yeah, 23 BBs under the gun, ace queen O, nice sight. Let's see if she can find some action. Looks like the button will come along with the ace-10 O. And the new face at the table, Jinzei Zhang. Wow. Beautiful hair on this gentleman. Does decide to defend the big blind. We'll go multi-way here. King Jack 9, rainbow. Interesting flop. Action flop, hey Akshay.
Definitely an action flop. Should favor the pre-flop raiser, King Jack 9 board. But it has connected with both the other players as well on the button and the big blind. So we'll probably see both of them come along and go to the turn. Zhang could have really 3-bet pre-flop. Like this hand is perfect to squeeze versus under the gun open and the button, because like when you call, you're gonna be mostly dominated with that, like with ace 10. But if you like actually go for like a squeeze in the spot, you'll have hands like ace jack off fold pre-flop. So I mean, ace 10 off is like a perfect hand to squeeze, facing an open and a call on the button. But we go on to the turn. The turn is a king. Doesn't improve anyone, but Chow has the position with ace high. It's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, King does pair the board there on the turn. Chow with position, choosing to check behind. And now with a brick on the river, Hiroi, ace high. Time to start betting, one would think here. Alrighty, well, she makes me eat my words. Hiroi does decide to go for the check. Maybe her ace high good here at showdown. The gentleman everybody's eyes are on right now is Mr. Yu, of course, 108k behind. Wants to preserve those chips as much as possible and happy to check behind. Unfortunately, though, for him, he does see the bad news. He is outkicked. Chip counts up on your screen.
Wow.
Chen out ahead, 121 big blinds, Akshay. And the shorty at the table is Miss Yu, 22 bigs. All that remain, 3k, 5k, are the price of those blinds, with the 5k anti-active on the big blind each round. And price of poker increasing very quickly here.
Well, you were talking about the lovely hair, and I'm just letting you know that even if you combine all the players on this feature table, plus your hair, plus my hair, we will still not match the beauty of Seed 5's hair.
Well said, Akshay. 138 players, all that remain in the starting field of 228 players. We will be playing this level until its completion in about 15 minutes, when we will take a 15-minute break. And as I said earlier, when we come back, we will be introducing the shot clock. So definitely a change-up will occur in the tactics as players feel that added pressure of time.
Bull Jack 9-8, Yukako hitting the second pair. Chuang totally missing on this flop. Checks down to see 3 of clubs. Yukako will not feel confident about her pair of 9 on this flop. Chuang's taking this one to the river. Well, there's 1 to a straight, and we are going to see Yukako lead out 13,000. Seems like a block bet, maybe trying to convert her hand into a bluff, and takes down the pot. Nice and easy.
Well, interesting decision there, Akshay. I mean, you do have a little bit of showdown versus some overcards, so nicely timed bet there, one would think. Counting out her chips. Again, shout out to the streaming team, keeping us thrilled here with these great camera angles. We love those heads-up shots, allowing us to see both players in one frame. Wow. One of my favorite hands in poker, for sure, Akshay, suited 10-8. And Chen deciding to go for the limp under the gun. What do you make of that strategy?
I totally blanked out, Richard, there. Sorry. What were you saying? I know I heard you had a favorite hand, 10-8 of diamonds, and after that I lost it. Totally.
I said, yeah, 10-8 of diamonds, my favorite hand, but I wouldn't necessarily limp under the gun. So what do you make of Chen's strategy?
Maybe you should start limping 10-8 of diamonds from under the gun. I mean, Chen's doing really good on this feature table. He has the most chips, and he's spiking top pair, right? And then his opponent has an inferior hand. Maybe that is something you should add. And you'll not be sitting with me in the booth, but crushing crushing the souls on the feature table.
Well said. Easy to talk when you see the flop, but difficult to talk pre-flop. So Chen being rewarded here, as they say, we award the brave at the WPT Korea, the winner of this one, walking away with that very, very cool championship ring. I heard there are more diamonds in this WPT Korea Championship ring than the Super Bowl ring. So definitely something to play for, Akshay.
Definitely. Well, we're gonna see. At least he's getting 2 streets of value, and now the river's an ace, which probably will go check. Like his pair of 8 is going to take down this pot. Oh, why am I seeing? Oh, wait. Yukaku, river 2 pair. My bad. Sorry. Maybe that's why you should not play 10-8 of diamonds, Richard. You should not limp 10-8 of diamonds under the gun, okay?
Alrighty, noted, Akshay. I do have my pen and paper handy just to write down these tips from you, so perfect. Noted. 133 players now, all that remain from the 228 that started this day 2. As we said earlier, there were a couple of different ways that you could have entered into this one. We saw 42 qualify from the day 1A, 70 qualify from the day 1B, and a staggering 116 qualify from that last flight, day 1C. So all of these players came through, started this day off at the 1.5K, 2.5K blind mark, and we've got up to 3K, 5K. So as we say, inflation in poker, a huge, huge factor. And some of these shorter stacks need to start working before that shot clock comes into play, the beginning of next levels. Ooh,
Oh, wow.
what's going on here,
Ooh.
Akshay? Well, folks, we
Mhm.
wanted the spice, and that's exactly what we're bringing you. If the hole cards are correct, Chen 3-betting out of the big blind with a 10-5-0. And unfortunately for him, caught with his pants down around his ankles, all in for Heroi and snapfold. Wow, Akshay, what do you make of that one?
Well, not much that he's really getting out of the line. Maybe he just wanted to tell people that, hey, it's not going to be easy to just raise on the big blind. I have like 600K and I can really, really push you around. And maybe he's just trying to put pressure on his opponents now, as we are only around 30, 38 people, 35 people off the money. So just trying to solidify his position. Just choosing the wrong hands or maybe the wrong time to do it.
Well, Akshay, I must say you have a great way of justifying things. So if I ever make a bad decision in my life and need to feel better about it, I definitely will be phoning you.
Anytime, man, anytime. It's like when you overthink so much yourself, you kind of see reasoning in everyone's decision.
Absolutely. And that's the brilliant thing about poker. There's no one way to play this game. As they say, many different ways to skin a cat, many different ways to win a pot. Ace Queen 10, two diamonds on this flop. Multi-way, it is interesting. And our pre-flop aggressor is the WSOP bracelet winner, Mr. Renji Mao. He will continue in the form of a 12K C bet. Obviously, a lot of equity on this board. I suspect Chuang in the big. Yeah, might just lay it down, and he does so. Renji Mao, well-timed aggression. And as we said before, there's a reason he has close to 1 million US dollars on his Hendon mob and a WSOP bracelet at home, because he knows exactly when to apply the pressure. We saw a run out of Jack 10, 9, 8, 7, I believe, and he was holding 10, 9, faced rather small bet on the river, and he jammed. So spots like that just prove and set the champions apart from the rest of the field. Limpin here on the button for Chen, ace 9-0. Definitely an interesting decision. Just allowing that big blind to check behind and just see a free flop. So the big stack choosing a passive route. One big blind C bet good enough to take it down. Nice strategy by Chen here. We may be questioning him, ladies and gentlemen, but there's a reason he's at the top of those chip counts at the moment. Over 100 BBs he finds himself with. He has been dominating this feature table so far.
Probably the adjustment that he's making on the button, because he feels like the small blind is really aggressive, so he really doesn't want to play big pots versus him, so he's electing to go for a limp, even with a strong hand as ace 9 off, so that he can, when he gets isoed, he can easily call. And he's just seen that Ding has been playing very passively, so he doesn't mind playing it in position with him.
And we'll see the open come from the hijack now. Mr. Zhang looking down at the ace queen O. And he does find the ever so active Mr. Chen, our big stack bully in the cutoff, will come along with the suited one gapper. Well, triangle time now for you. 103k, so 20 big blinds in the big blind already committed to pocket sixes. Good enough, she thinks. Moves all in, and Zhang makes the call. The rest should fold. And we'll go flipping. 50-50 is the equity. Pocket pair versus the ace queen. You all in and at risk. Needs to dodge a scary ace or a queen. Oh, looking good so far. And just like that, full double up for the short stack. Very, very nicely done. The dealer not wasting any time. Ace King suited for Hiroi. Big slick. Always a welcome sight in the early position at the table. We'll raise things up here. 3k, 5k are the blinds, with the 5k ante ever so active on the big blind each round. We will be taking a break here in just under 10 minutes. And when we do come back, we will be introducing the shot clocks. So, of course, as you know, that does just change the dynamic ever so much, given the factor of time. King, Queen, Deuce. Two spades on this flop. C-bet, good enough to take it down for Hiroi. Easy fold for Renji Mao.
A good display of poker skill and poker strategy out there, Richard, on our feature table.
Absolutely, actually.
Well, Zhang moving all in for his remaining 40,000 chips, 8 big blinds from +1.
Yep. You're in the big blind next hand, or next two hands, so you kind of got to go for it when you get it. Sub 10 bigs. And nicely done there. He will pick up 2.5 big blinds, so adds to his stack, puts him over 10 bigs. Big when you're such a short stack, actually. As they say, every chip counts.
Do you have any WPT trophies yourself, Richard?
I don't, unfortunately, actually. Only in my dreams. What about yourself?
I won one, I think 2 or 3 years ago. I actually won one and came runner up for the second one. Uh, so yeah, I do have a very small trophy, not a big one, small side event trophy for the
Okay, awesome.
WPT.
Where was the
I was not
WPT in
trying to
Australia?
brag. No, in Cambodia. No, in Cambodia.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I have a very sad story about my first poker trophy that I actually won though. So I my first trophy that I won was actually in Australia, and it was like a bounty tournament that I was winning. So when I ended up, coming to India from Australia, I was packing my bags and everything, and I probably left like 5 to 8 kgs of weight, but I didn't throw my trophy away. I gave it to one of my friends. Right. So I think he came back to India after 2 years. He brought me that trophy, right?
Wow.
So he gets me my trophy. Wait, this is not the end, right? He gets me the trophy. I keep it with me for 6 months, and then one of my like house guests drops the trophy, and it's all glass, and it was all shattered everywhere. It fell, and this is during my downswing time. So yeah.
Wow. Actually, that's a great story, and that's what they say, friends are there when you need them, and that's just brilliant. I think if I were your friend, I would have sold you the trophy. Definitely wouldn't have given it to you for free.
Even though I asked you to keep it for me?
Yeah, actually, life is tough. Ain't no such thing as a free
Nice.
dinner, my friend.
I I need to remember that I not make you in my friend list. But the good thing about the WP trophies is that they can't break. Like, I'm not saying please try to break your WPT trophies, but they are more solid. They are not glass, so it feels like they cannot be broken or shattered, like the one that I did for my first trophy. Well, Pocket Eights versus Eric Dusov. Nothing happening for Zhang. Decides to fold. Well, Chen's been the player to watch on this feature table. Our chip leader with 107 big blinds. These are the chip counts for our feature table. Zhang, the shorty of the feature table, with only 9 big blinds. It also shows you the difference between our chip leader and the short stack. Almost 90 big blind difference between the two. Or hand number 53. Shuang with King Jack. of spades decides to min open. The blinds are 3K, 5K. Fold it down to the blinds. And these two have a history going for each other in very Shuang going for a check on the flop. Now we see a queen of diamonds on the turn. Still check by Chen, 10-9 off, which is going to allow Chuang to bet his king jack 8, take down the pot. We will be going on a very short break very soon, and we'll bring you a different feature table as we inch closer to the bubble.
Attention viewers, the main event completely under their own. Send your players on a 15-minute break.
Well, this is the last hand before we go on to our next break, which is going to be a 15 minutes break. Well, folded to Mr. Chen in the small blind with 5-3 off, and he's in no mood to go on an early break as we have shot clocks being introduced. Well, heads up to the flop we go. This is 5-3 versus 5-4. Most of the time they would be chopping down the pot. Chen taking the lead on the flop and takes down the pot down nice and easy. As we go on to the break, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 15 minutes with a new feature table.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WPT 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛。然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 也是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
我先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我贪了下补没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州这是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Alrighty, ladies and gents, we are back. And straight into the action for Zhang. Big slick ace king suited. Good enough for the open. Out of the under the gun position. Oh, and welcome to the feature, our first Vietnamese player, Mr. Win. Familiar face around the Asian poker scene. Alrighty, fireworks straight off the bat here. Chen sticking his 98k remaining stack into the middle with the church. Ace King O. He's going to find some callers here. Depends on what Zhang does. Rejam will push Lin's Ace Queen O out of the pot. And we'll go to heads up to a flop here. Turn and river. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, I stand corrected. Lin makes the call as Zhang was short stacked 49k, all that he had behind. Wow, wow, wee wow. Ace King O plays Ace Queen O plays Ace King suited. Oh, and talk about an action flop. Ace King 4. Lin in no way going to win this one and ends up donating to both shorter stacks. Nice double up for both Chen and Zhang there. Ace King O and Ace King suited, good enough on the double paired board. Wow, wow, wee wow. Hand number one after the break. Just like that. We'll bring you the action. Chip counts up on your screen now. You can see at the top is Mr. Lin, 90 big blinds. Followed by the second Mr. Lin at the table, 57 BBs. And then our two shorties, Mr. Zhang, 14 big blinds, and Chen, 9 big blinds. All that he finds himself with. So those were the two ace-king hands we saw. Let's see what these gentlemen can muster up here. The start of level 16.
Well, not much was left to call with Ace Queen. I think it was he's already put in Ace. He's already put 40k and then had to put like 50 more, and that was like the prominent factor which led to the call by Ace Queen.
Absolutely. I didn't see the stack size there, so I thought the ace king and much more behind, and therefore I was thinking we're in for some bigger fireworks, but anyway, enough fireworks there. And this lady at the feature table looks very familiar as well. I think she played in the ladies event previously. I recognize her watch. Her timepiece is very nice, rocking a Patek Philippe, as you can see.
Well, you definitely have an eye for detail there, Richard.
Oh,
As
yes,
we
and
have Mr. Min.
Mr. Min, regular on the Vietnamese poker scene, always makes his way out to a lot of the Asian events actually in general. Also easy to spot with his gold on gold Rolex. Very, very nice choice there.
Well, he's definitely rocking the Gucci polo. That's like a trademark Gucci signature polo that he's rocking up to the feature table. That's the B symbolizing Gucci.
Very, very nice.
Yep. Well, he's the man of fashion. Very smart person to play poker with. I think I've definitely commented on him and I've been impressed by the way he plays. But he definitely has a very strong fashion game as well. And we are going to see a 4-bet by him, and that too very, very fast. Oh, the dealer just asking him to put the cards so that everyone can see. Oh, so basic, sorry, no 4-bet. He's just decided to call. So it went open by Min, and then Mr. Lin decides to 3-bet, and King Queen electing to just. Oh yeah. Oh my God, I was correct the whole time. I mean, I have to like eat up my words so that I can match up with the graphics. Richard, help me out here, buddy. Oh, that's such a roller coaster. In the last 1 minute, I've been into like a different sort of a roller coaster. Oh no, this. Oh no, this. Oh no, that. Oh wow.
Yeah, Mr. Min is sitting with about 140K in live earnings on the Hendon Mob. And I remember him from the Grand Loyal in Vietnam. That's exactly where I remember him from. Commentated on his final table there. Well, Mr. Win getting involved in quite a few hands here early on, off the get-go, as they would say. Pocket tens now he looks down at and decides to quite obviously open from a +1 position. Oh, here is Wen Wen Chen, our previous superstar at the WPT. Pocket jacks, rejam here, 51 BBs all in on the button, and I'm sure Min's gonna call, gonna be disgusted when he turns over. Ace King 3, not doing Win any favors. Needs a 10 and only a 10. Oh, and unfortunately not able to find that house for Wen Wen Chen on the river. And of course, Wen Wen Chen, no stranger to the WPT or the RDPT championship. I don't know if you remember her, Akshay, but we got to commentate on her a few times last series. I think she made like 4 or 5 final tables.
Oh, I do remember her. She is definitely a force to reckon with.
She was runner-up in the Baby Dragon, the RDPT last festival.
Blast from the past, as we call it, Richard.
Absolutely, blast from the past. And somebody who's blasted off his chips, unfortunately, is Mr. Win, left with only 190K now. After losing that flip to Win Win 10.
Well, it feels like a bit unfair to call it like he blasted it off because he had pocket tens and the all in was for about 6-7 bigs. Give a man a break, Richard. I mean, come on.
Of course, I am
Not
joking.
every Rolex, not every Rolex person is blasting his chips away on a poker table.
Sorry, I saw the Rolex and I just said what came to my mind. Oh my goodness, actually, upset, about to go down here. Short stack, Mr. Zhang, all in and at risk, finding the ace on the flop. And he is going to better the pocket eights of Kerr. He will survive another day. Nice double up for a shorty. Funny, actually.
I feel like we've also commented on seat one as well in the last series we covered. It seems his face seems familiar.
Maybe.
Well, 125 people remain. 96 of them will be going home with the money, and 29 of these players will be going home empty-handed. Have you always played poker with with the dealer shuffling up the chips, Richard, or have you also played a tournament where the machine is shuffling the cards?
Mm. Ooh, good question.
Because back in Australia, when you're playing even like cash games or tournaments, they have like an automatic shuffler, and they are playing with two decks. So by the time the machine shuffle up the cards, the dealer is basically throwing out the cards to the players.
Mm.
Interesting way, it speeds up the game, but it
Yeah, I
kind
played
of
cash like
also
that, I think.
sometimes,
Yeah.
yeah, but it kind of like marks the cards, so it kind of like it does speed up the game when when the cards get marked, so it kind of slows down. So there are some cons and some pros to that.
Yeah, I've definitely played in a casino, versus a card dealer machine, but I can't say I've any played any tournaments where we're using a dealer machine or card shuffler, whatever you want to call it. 3-bet, 4-win now with the ladies out of the small blind. Very, very active players, so Zhang might call this one. Okay, he doesn't in this case, but definitely when being active enough, as we said, you've got to give action to get action, and that's what a lot of the top pros will always tell you is that's how they extract value. It's just knowing when to fold, but when put some chips in the middle. 125 players remain in the starting field of 228 players. 3K, 6K are the blinds with the 6K big blind ante active each round. So price of poker quite expensive, 15K before we even see a flop. Interesting decision now for Mr. Min, just to flat here on the button with the ace 10 suited. I say interesting, but I don't knock it at all. I actually really like it. Just shows, like we said, a couple of hands here do better just flatting instead of taking the aggressive route. And Mr. Lindo not wanting to play any small games here. 3-bet 50k with the suited Jack 10.
I mean, what do you make of this squeeze with Jack 10, right? This is very interesting coming in from the small blind with a very beautiful hand.
Your favorite hand, I think. Oh no, yours is 10-9.
M-
10-9 suited.
Mine's 10-9 of hearts.
Yeah,
10-9 of
yeah,
hearts,
I remember. I remember, yeah. Wen Chen second in the Baby Dragon last series. Can she clinch the victory in this one? She looks ready. And don't let that hoodie deceive you, folks. You can see that blinged out Richard Mill on her wrist. Hopefully she'll show us a little bit later because it really is quite a spectacle. No cheap money, of course. One of those going for a couple of 100,000. This Wen Chen, though, biggest lifetime score is over 100k, so definitely no stranger to the big money situations. Keep your eyes on her. Oh, Mr. Lin going for the raise with the deuces out of the big blind there. Choosing to defend the big in the aggressive manner. Must say, I like it. You've got to use that big stack while you've got it before it disappears with inflation and all. 86 big blinds for Lin, 61 for the other Lin. Tongue twister there. And Wen Chen, as we said, short stack, 20 bigs, all that she finds herself with.
Well, ace Jack for Zhang. She's definitely going to open this one. Playing sub 30 big blinds. The blinds are 3k, 6k. This is Min's interested face. Either he's definitely going to call or 3-bet. That face doesn't seem like he wants to fold his hand. And it does seem like he's going for a 3-bet. And Zhang's going to be in blender with ace jack. Definitely a very strong hand to open, but you know, when you face a 3-bet, you're not really sure what to do with it.
Yeah, definitely Ace Jacko facing a 3-bet, not a comfortable situation at all for Miss Zhang. Opening up here, +1, Mr. Min Kwang Win, not showing her any respect. 3-bet up to 38k, which is quite large, but a nice sizing indeed. Over 3x in position. First time bank being played now actually at the feature table. This heads up camera shot from the wonderful Chris Lebroho. Wow, absolute great cinematography going down here at the WPT Korea. Come on, Jang, find the 4-bet jam. Give us some action. But of course, good laydown there from the Ace Jacko, not in a position to be calling that bet. Chip counts up on your screen. We'll have a look at the middle stacks now. Chen, 27 bigs. Kerr, 26. and the two Zhangs at 24 and 22 big blinds apiece. Some nice depth in the middle stacks. A lot of poker to be played. Our blinds are 16 minutes, so it gives a lot of opportunity to make use of the levels before inflation hits, of course. Well, he might not have the Rolex, and he might not have the Gucci polo, but Mr. Lin does have the ladies. And what a beautiful sight a couple of mixed ladies are in the hijack. I don't know about you, Akshay, but I like my ladies mixed. But I like my threes in sets. So Zhang, unless she finds a 3 on the flop here, it might be in some trouble.
I have a very interesting story about queens. I'll tell you after this handmade, and you will not. I still have nightmares for those stories. But like I'm not even kidding, and these are not even like bad beats. That is like just like real stories that has happened with me in my career with pocket queens. Anyways, we go into the flop of 4-7-6. Pocket queen still overpair to the board. Zhang not gonna feel too bad with his pocket threes. He does have a gut shot going for him. Five will give him a straight.
Poof. Well set on the river for Zhang. Question is, how does he extract value from the ace X now? His opponent could have ace X or two overcards, or a starting pocket pair like the exact holding Lin has. 26k is the amount that he does go for, so 26 into 63. Around about a third. Yes, less, 25%.
That's one of the reasons I don't like pocket queens. So yeah, I was telling you about pocket queens. Yeah, so this was probably like three-way in one of the biggest final table in my poker career. I was like deep in a tournament, and I had both the guys covered, and we went all in. I had pocket queens. One of my opponent had pocket jacks, and the other one had ace four. And this is for all the money, and more importantly, it was all about that big trophy that you get for the main event. And the guy spiked a jack on the turn, so I ended up losing. This was 2 3 years ago, and as soon as I was slowly getting over it, last month I was running deep in one of the biggest Indian online tournament, where I ended up coming fifth, and my burst out hand was pocket queens versus 10-9. The guy made like running straight. So I mean, I really don't have good stories about pocket queens.
Brutal.
But yeah, like this is huge money, right? This is huge money as well. This is life changing money. Like this is compared to like let's say WSOP win if you kind of consider it to be in Indian rupees in the Indian currency.
Oh, really?
Like I could retire with that. I could have retired with that money happily,
With first.
and I could have given with first, yeah, and I could have given you 10, 50 Michelin star dinners, and I still could have been retired after that. So yeah,
Wow.
that could have given a great bankroll to my commentary side bets future,
Yeah,
side
absolutely.
bet.
Unfortunately for
Yeah,
us.
yeah. So basically, for fifth, I got almost 100K, and
Oh, nice.
the first prize was about 750K. So that
Wow,
was a
that's a
huge
massive
difference.
prize pool.
Yeah,
What was the buy-in?
yeah. The bind was $200.
What?
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
crazy. What was this? Like a
I
main
know.
event?
This was the main event. Yeah, like this has never has happened in India. It was one of the biggest. So yeah.
Congratulations, mate. I didn't even see that. You didn't post it on any of the socials.
No, no, it's everywhere, mate. It's on my YouTube channel. It has about 7K views now, and
Oh,
it was an
wow.
insane run. I had about 400 or 500 people watching me. And I live streamed it. So
What?
I live
I
streamed
don't
the
know how I
whole
missed
like
this.
the
Yeah.
entire day too. I've live streamed. Yeah,
Oh man, I can't believe I
crazy
missed
stuff.
this. Yeah, well,
Yeah, out of like,
GG, man. Very nice.
thank
When
you,
was
buddy.
this?
This was like 2 weeks ago, and after
Very
that I
nice.
took like a 2 weeks break. Yeah, came like
Yeah, you
fifth out of
deserve it.
15,000 player pool.
15,000.
Yeah,
How
crazy.
many days did you play?
I played 2 days. So
2 days.
basically, you had like 20 day ones, and then you have a
Okay.
day two, 2 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
And I didn't even went into day two with like a big stack. I had about 40 big blinds. There were people who had 200 big blinds. So got really,
Oh,
really
could you
lucky.
could you accumulate big blinds in the day ones?
No, no,
Okay, okay. So it's
just one
like a
bag.
stack.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
yep,
I mean, 40 BBs is great, for a day two, especially somebody as skilled as
yeah.
you.
I mean, but there's still 15,000. They were not 15. They were probably like, I don't know, 2,000 people
No,
who
of
made it to
course.
day
No,
two.
of course. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
no, of course.
So,
I mean, you still did run like the sun,
oh,
I'm sure.
oh, you gotta see the live stream, buddy. For that, it didn't seem like a sun run to me, but yeah, you tell me after watching the whole live stream. It's all on my YouTube 9 hour live stream. So yeah, good
I'll
luck with that.
I'll definitely be checking some of the highlights out. But I mean, fifth out of
Yeah,
15,000, definitely some run good there. So well done, buddy. Always love to hear.
thank you. Alrighty, so we do have a hand brewing down here. We see a Jack 10 of clubs being opened from under the gun by Mr. Min, by Mr. Gucci, or by Mr. Rolex. But he's facing some heat by Lin Baoji with pocket jacks, and he has to bow down to Mr. Bao, takes down the pot. Alrighty, pocket fours for Mr. Lin. Decides to open. Well, pocket fours is being loved by everyone on our feature table. Haven't seen pocket fours being folded pre-flop.
Yeah, certainly are getting quite a lot of airtime here.
Well, that's two pink, two yellow chips, signifying a call with pocket threes, hoping to flop a set. And we're gonna see Mr. Rolex joining the party in the big blind from the big blind with ace-8 of clubs. Well, three-way to the flop we go, Richard. and that is an 8-5-4 board. Pocket fours flopping a set, and Mr. Gucci is in a lot of trouble because he did flop top pair, top kicker. But Lin has a set of fours, and he's going to be playing very cautiously.
Yeah, nice check by Lin. Bottom set. So strong. Just hoping his opponents have something to bluff along with. And Mr. Min, top pair, great kicker, not going anywhere. And it seems actually he's not going anywhere, and he's about to increase the price of poker. Re-raise up to 63k. Chunky bet. And now, how are you feeling with bottom set? Surely very happy.
Well, we did see Mr. Min going for a raise facing a bet, but now he's facing a 3-bet all in by the pre-flop raiser. Now Mr. Lin can really have any overpair here, which he would play the exact same way, but this time around he has even better than a overpair. He has a set, and Mr. Min would be drawing close to dead. I'll be happy to see that. Making that call with ace-8. He has 3% equity versus pocket fours. He can chop if it runs down to a straight. Well, that's an ace. He picks up 2 outs.
He does indeed there, actually. The only card he really wanted to see. Oh, my goodness.
My God, Richard. Oh
What did we
my
just
God.
witness? Barry on the turn and Barry on the river. Mr. Min.
That is how you can afford all the Rolex, all the Gucci's when you make runner full house when you were 3% on the flop. My God. What a brutal beat for pocket fours. Flop the set was 97% on the flop to win. Not to chop, but to win. But his opponent just ended up running runner full house, a better full house for Mr. Gucci. Oh my God. And he's a big stack now. Takes a big chunk from his opponent. Oh, wow.
Absolutely,
Steepness here,
Akshay.
Richard.
Yeah, definitely, as they say, a bad beat there. Runner. And as we said, ace on the turn, the only card he wanted to see, brought him up to 6 outs. And then finding Barry for the second time. Min, as you said, there's a reason he's at this feature. There's a reason he's deep in day 2 of this main event at the WPT Korea. It's all down to winning your flips. And that's what poker's about.
A brutal beat for Mr. Lin, losing a big chunk of his stack to his neighbor. Players on this feature table are not going to happy seeing Mr. Gucci take down that pot. He's a very aggressive player, very sticky, very aggressive. doesn't let go of his hands easily, puts the maximum pressure on his opponents, and likes to be involved. He doesn't like to take a back seat. 10-8 of clubs under the gun, and this is what the Richard would do here if he was sitting on this feature table. Folding that 10-8 suited, he's learned that lesson the hard way.
And your win online, Akshay, was that your biggest score?
Yep, by 2x amount.
Wow,
So my last win
lovely.
was about 50k, and then it was 100k.
Very
So
nice.
yeah, not 100, like close to 100, yeah. But man, like the tax system here is so bad. Like you have to pay 30% tax on it, and
What?
yeah, you can't even claim back your deposits. So every year it resets. So for example, I was in a hole. Let's say if I was in a hole of 20, let's say 50k.
Yeah,
So normally the situation is like I get to offset that with my winnings. So for example, if I won 100k and my deposits are, let's say, 50k, my tax amount would be 50k, right?
right.
But it gets reset every year on every site, and you can't offset from different sites, right? So it
Oh,
is working as individually, right? So what actually happened was that I had no deposits this year on this site. I was losing on the other sites, right? But I still have to pay tax on the full amount, and
oh
that
my
is
goodness.
30%. So yeah,
Oh my goodness.
maybe that's why I've been thinking to like switch countries, probably thinking to
Okay.
move to Thailand. I was actually considering to moving to Thailand for fitness purposes, like do like a 3 month, like a boot camp in Thailand,
Oh,
things
nice.
like that. Yeah, I just feel like uh, that place has the right mindset people. Like I was talking to Grant earlier, and there's a lot of gyms, a lot of MMAs, a lot of other different kind of gyms at the same place in the same neighborhood, where you'll meet like a very same or like similar mindset people. So I was thinking to do that, and I'm not sure about that. I still might do that, like like move to Thailand for 3 months, work out, get shredded, and just find the purpose in my life. And now my goal
Do
is to
it.
find the purpose. Yeah. So
Do it, mate. I tell you, Thailand is the place for the fitness journey. Everybody here very, very fit. So if you aren't fit, you definitely don't fit in with the crowd, as they say.
yeah, I've been thinking about it. Maybe although the air quality in Delhi is getting bad every day, so maybe
Yeah,
probably the right time to take a break for 3 months and just focus on myself, which is, I believe, the most important asset that anyone can have. Work on yourself.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Plus, everything is near from Thailand, right? Like if you talk about all the Asian stops are very close to Thailand. Maybe Jeju might be the exception one, but I still can manage, right? It's not that far.
Yeah, Jeju would only be what's that, 6 hours from you?
From India, it's more than that. It's maybe 10, 12, maybe at
Oh,
14 hours.
oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
Because I was actually thinking to go and play this whole festival. So I was kind of like considering flights and all, but then I was offered the commentator job, and they told me that Richard would feel empty without me. So I thought, I can't do that. I need to take one for the team. So yeah.
Well, we appreciate you. I'll tell you that much.
Here you go. We see Miss Chen when fold Jack 4 suited. Or is it? Oh, it's like when Chen, right?
Win-win, Shen. Yeah.
Yeah, when Chen. So what would you say like what's a better city for me to move if I'm going to Thailand? Should I go to like Bangkok or should I go to Phuket if I want to focus only on fitness?
Yeah, it just depends the time of the year. So I mean, at the moment, I live in Bangkok, which I find is very, very
Mhm.
nice for the fitness life. Just, you've got the big city, so you've got all the social life and, after hours social, which is nice. But then you also have the good food, good restaurants, and then all the massive gyms. Whereas Phuket is very, very busy and mostly focused on MMA and fighting lifestyle. So if you are more into the fighting lifestyle, then I think Phuket's great. But honestly, like Bangkok, great city to live in.
Fair enough. And not that expensive as well, right?
Oh, a fraction of any other country I've ever lived.
That's a good temptation. And
Especially
I'll
for
find a
healthy
gym.
food. Yeah,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I'll always have a gym friend too that I can go to and ask, hey, what should I do? And that would be Mr.
of
Richard
course.
Cooper, the
Of
gym
course, man.
the gym expert.
Of course.
I think I can safely say Richard is 2x more talented than in gym than in poker, and that would be a right statement.
I think
And
so,
it
man.
doesn't take anything away from you in your poker journey, right? So
I was
don't mean to
I was
disrespect you
about to
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say it doesn't say much about my gym.
No,
But
I feel like when our viewers watch you on Facebook or somewhere else, they will agree to what I'm trying to tell them.
yeah, just trying to keep fit. Like I said, very, very difficult not
Mm.
to be in a very good shape here in Bangkok when everybody looks so good. You kind of feel guilty walking around out of shape.
True that.
Oh, Wen Chen in for a bit of punishment here, unfortunately. King Queen O will tango with the pocket kings, all in and very, very much at risk here, Akshay. She needs a miracle and she needs it quickly. Just 11% worth of equity versus the Cowboys. Need some connected cards. 965 not really helping. Need some magic on the turn. There is a little bit of something. 2 outs. Needs a lady. Can she double up on the river? And unfortunately for the runner-up at the Baby Dragon last series, there's no dice. GG, Wen Chen. Thanks for coming. We'll see you soon, I'm sure. Quickly, just telling that lady not to call her all in next time. Excuse me, not to jam versus her all in, not all in.
Well, on to the next hand, we move Richard, pocket eights for Mr. Lin, playing a stack of 500k chips. Zhang with your favorite hand, 10-8 of clubs.
Yeah, Zhang up to a nicer stack now, 234k after that, after not a double up, but after a nice pickup off of Wenwen Chen. And she's feeling spicy, actually. 3-bet, 10-8 suited. Interesting. I've never 3-bet this hand, even as much as I like it.
I mean, it's definitely one of the hands that I've seen that, jams at 30 big blinds, BB versus button. Uh, but definitely seeing it. I mean, you can three bet as well because at 30 BB, like in chip EV scenarios, you want to have some three bets. So, I mean, this hand does mix some jams, some three bets as we move on to the dynamic screens where we get to see both the players at the same time. Zhang on the left of your screen and Lin on the right. It is 10-8 of clubs versus pocket 8. This is a three-bet pot, guys, so don't get mistaken. Zhang is a pre-flop raiser, and now she's facing a three-bet on the flop by Mr. Lin. What is she going to do? Is she going to move all in here? Try to represent an overpair here, Richard? What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, interesting, definitely, actually. I don't even want to hazard a guess. Miss Zhang 3-betting 10-8 suited pre-flop. I know you said that we jam here as a big blind defense versus maybe a button open 30 big blinds deep, but wow, I don't know if I could ever find that jam, to be honest.
I mean, if you spend more time in the lab and if you study it and you know that this is the right move, I'm pretty sure you will do that, right?
So you say 30 BBs effective, button open, and you're defending your big blind, you're going to jam the 10-8 suited.
Yeah,
Nice. I like it.
I know this happens at 20, so like you can probably do it at 30. It won't be a mistake, right? And especially when the open is coming from a bigger stack.
I mean, I understand it at 20, but 30 is just a bit rich, I think. I mean, 25, I probably would jam,
All right, let me
but
find a
then
spot.
again,
Let me find let me find a spot. Let me find a spot for you and then come back to you because it'll be easier
got it.
that way.
Perfect.
Or maybe I prove myself wrong while I try to find you the right answer.
Either way, it's a success, actually. Either way, we level up.
Well, either I win or I learn. It's never losing.
That's it, mate. That's it. Whew, what a flop. Ace, King, King. And Min just choosing the appropriate time for a bet and able to take it down there nice and easily.
All right. I can see some 10-9, Jack 9, Jack 8, right? And there is no EV difference between if you call 10-8 suited or if you jam for 30 big blinds,
Oh, really? The
right?
EV is
So
exactly the same.
EV is exactly the same, 0.15. And this is an ICM,
Interesting.
not even in chip EV, not even in chip
Oh,
EV.
wow.
So yeah, this is
No
like
bounty, right?
25%. So
Just straight.
no bounty, yeah, significant ICM, yeah.
Wow.
And in chip EV, it is 0.01 difference between calling and jamming. So yeah.
Wow. And at what frequency are you finding that jam? 100%?
70%.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Only 118 people left. 118, 96 get paid. Yeah, I've sent you some screenshots.
Yeah, I see. So very interesting.
Yeah. So as long as you're like spending time in the lab and you know that this is right, I'm pretty sure you will find this in game. But there is one assumption that this kind of sim assumes that your opponent is opening somewhere about 45% from the button.
Yeah.
So if they are not opening 45%, then you don't need to jam. Then your calling would make more sense.
Yeah. I mean, it just works so nicely because the 10-8 suited, if you're jamming, you're just getting your overcards and hands that beat you to fold. You know, Jack 10 suited, ace,
Yeah.
your ace XO. Like a lot of those are folding for the 30 BBs.
Yep. And even the hands
Well,
that are supposed to call, like ace 10 off, will also fold facing a jam.
that's exactly what I was just about to say because we're jamming wider. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be calling wider. They're actually probably going to be calling a lot tighter than what the lab tells them.
Yep.
I mean, are you calling ace 10-0 for 30 BBs there?
No, because I know
No,
that opponents are
exactly.
not jamming. Like, see, for example, a player like you, who's very competent, is not jamming 10-8 suited, and it's just also admitting that I can't jam 10-8 suited. So if players like you are not jamming, I'm pretty sure the population, the major part of the population, will not even think about it. So then I don't have to call ace 10 off, because even ace 10 off call, like if I know that you're jamming 10-8 suited, uh, even then the EV of ace 10 would be very less. Like it'll be like
Yeah,
0.05 or something.
yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll find it
Yeah.
for 30 BBs now. Like I can find it for 20 BBs, 25 BBs all day, but for 30 or 40, I'm going to find it now, that's for sure.
Yeah. 40 would probably not have it. 40 will have a lot of calls and a lot of three bets. And 40 will turn these three bet into bluffs. Oh, sorry, three bet jam into just three bets.
Yeah.
40 is too
And
much.
just call, I guess, the 10-8 suited there if you've got 40
Yeah, I
BBs
mean,
behind.
calling is like if you think you have like a post flop edge, you don't need to jam them.
Hmm.
But I mean, it feels nice to jam.
Yeah, yeah. And
Even
the jam is just so clean there because, I mean, they're really only calling with, top, what, 15, 20% of their range?
not even that.
Not even that. Yeah.
Yeah, not even that. Yeah, at 40 you have like because you're not jamming enough, so you are three betting like hands like 10-8 off, 10-7 off, king 6 off, king 4 off, things like that. Because at 40 you
King
want to
Deuce.
be more on king deuce. No, king deuce always calls ace deuce off. So yeah,
King Deuce
I
off?
mean it is some. No, it just calls.
Hmm.
I'm seeing this in ICM, like 50% of the field left.
Oh, you
So
mean
yeah,
for this?
maybe
Yeah,
at
for this specific. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. But even at chippy V, you will not see king deuce, three bet. You'll probably see king five, king six. You'll probably see more of a7, a6. You don't want to have a deuce in you when you are like three betting from the big blind, unless you have an ace in it as well. So yeah, and that's where I
Interesting.
spend my most of my time pre-flop, because if I get pre-flop right, my post-flop mistakes will be far lesser. Because if my
Definitely.
pre-flop is like, if yeah, like, if I'm playing the hand pre-flop incorrectly, then my mistakes would be just 5x to the power of infinity. So yeah.
Well, this is the nice thing about commentating, actually. Not only are we getting to witness these guys play, but we're also getting to do some studying on the side because all this talk about poker, of course, just gets you ready for the actual game.
Absolutely. And it just tells us that, no matter how good we are or no matter how bad we are, there's always scope to learn newer things.
That's it. And poker is not a closed book. There's so many different ways to play each and every spot, and it's so dependent on that individual hand and individual situation. So, although we spend all this time in the lab, it comes down to our opponent, it comes down to the whole cards, and it comes down to the execution.
And understanding when to apply GTO and when not to. That's like the most important part.
100%. All in for the pocket nines of Kerr, early position. He's going to get it through with the jam. Mashang having to think about it with the King Jack O. I was a little bit tempted, it seems.
Alrighty, on to the board of King 7-9, where we have pocket eights for Mr. Lin, Zhang with pocket fours, and 7-8 for Mr. Hong. Eight still in the lead. Now it really depends if Mr. Hong is gonna come along or not. I believe pocket fours are going to fold here on this turn card, completing a flush. There are three overcards, and now it all comes to Mr. Hong, 8-7 of clubs. Elects to fold, and Mr. Lin on his way to get the chips back from his opponent because he lost a major part of his stack to his neighbor when he flopped a set of pocket fours, and his neighbor ended up going for a runner full house.
However, secretly higher approval. Registration is open. Those who are interested, you may now pay and register. Again, for the secretly higher approval. Registration is open. To those who are interested, you may now pay and register.
Twenty-two people to burst so that we can burst our bubble. Slowly moving towards it. And this is the aggression frequency of the players sitting on the feature table. Everyone's really aggressive. No one's passive, and everyone's just trying to win every single pot they get involved in, no matter how. We saw some crazy moves. We saw two pair converting his hand into a bluff. Then we have seen a lot of under pairs actually trying to bluff the river, and some crazy runouts. Wolzang with pocket eights, Chinese aces as we call them. Well, King 10 for Mr. Min. I did see him throw some green chips. So it's going to be interesting to see what sizing he has gone for. He's gone for 60k, so he's gone for a 3 bet. But he's not going to be happy because Mr. Lin wakes up with pocket queens. The ladies. He's asking for a count. I just feel like it's too much for his palette to make this call. The all-ins for 165k, almost 25 bigs. He's put in 60k, so he gets to save 100k extra. And there we go. Lane stacking those chips that he lost earlier. And he didn't even flinch when he lost his pocket fours to a runner full house. And now he's back in the game with a much bigger stack. All right, some blind on blind battle. Lane limping with ace head off. Chen checking his option with 6-4 off. A hand that definitely mixes ISO and checking back. As we move on to the flop of 10 10 10, Lin will feel confident with ace high on this type of flop.
Snowmen for Zhang, 154k behind. So definitely a couple of options in her arsenal. 20k is the open sizing she goes for, so 2.5. Oh, excuse me, min open. Oh, I was correct. I corrected myself, but I am correct. And just like that, Miss Zhang gets the pocket eights through. Raise and take it, easy as you like. 118 players remaining in this field. Miss Zhang managing to chip up quite nicely since she joined the feature table. Of course, the price of poker has increased significantly.
Alrighty, onto the flop we go. Lin flopping 2 pair with king 7. Bottom pair for Mr. Zhang. Well, deuce of spades doesn't change anything. Lin still in lead with his 2 pair. Well, Zhang is gonna make the call with the pair of 7. Remember, it's 6 of clubs. Does complete the front end flush but that is not going to scare Lin. And Zhang here has a decision what to do with his pair of seven. He's faced a bet on the flop, turn, and river. And river is a scary one, completing a flush. He is only beating a bluff, and he chooses to fold. Rightly so. Just Lin playing very cautiously, very nicely, going for that extra thin value bets on every street. Very impressive play by him. Nothing really happening here. We see Zhang move all in with king jack off, facing an open, a standard jam, or about 25 bigs, and Lin just trying to save his face. And he's slowly going to fold his queen seven of spades. Richard, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What separates the average person from an elite person?
What
Like, for
separates
example,
an
if
average person? Yeah.
yeah, from an
Carry
elite
on.
person, like for example, if you talk about gym, what separates an average gym person to someone who trains for competition? What is that one thing or two
Easy.
things that they're missing out?
Oh, easy. Consistency.
Nice. I think it's the basically it's when the average guy quits, it's where the expert, the professional journey starts. So any moment where the average person is thinking, oh, I can't be better than him, or I can't be better than you, for example, then the professional would say, oh, hey, this is where I will start my work. The earlier thing was my preparation, and now my struggle starts now, and that would lift them to become an elite in any sport. So, for example, if you see this in poker, right? There are great players like Jason Kuhn, Adrian Metios, Ben Heath, uh, just so many of them, right? Danny Tang, Michael Soiza is there. So many, right? There is Fedor. Like if you think, oh, these are the best players, and I can't ever be in their shoes, you're wrong, right? Because when they were like hustling, obviously there were players that were better than them, and now they are also sitting at the same table with the best of the best. So anytime you think, oh, you can't beat this person because it's not possible, well, it is possible, but it's going to take you that extra step when your mind tells you, hey, I'm quitting right now. You need to tell your mind, hey, I'm not quitting. This is where we start, and that is something that would take you to the higher skies.
Well said.
So never give up. Keep hustling, keep going. Sky is the limit. As we see, Mr.
That's
Lin
it.
opening up the action with ace 9 off, going up against Mr. Hong, queen 10 from the small blind, completely missing the flop. Well, actually, both the players completely missing the flop. Goes check, check, and the turn brings top pair for Mr. Lin. Let's see what Hong decides to do here with queen 10. He doesn't have any showdown, to be honest. Just queen high, no backdoors, nothing. And Lin looking at his opponent's stack. The stack. The pot is 48,000. The blinds are 4,000, 8,000. And Hong only has 71,000 behind. So he can really go small here and set up a river jam. I think the bet is 20k. Setting up that river jam. Hong thinking hard with queen 10 off. No backdoors, nothing, just queen high. Is he thinking to make a move here? Well, no. He surrenders. And Lin just keep raking the chips, growing his tower of chips even taller. And this is the first leg of the three poker brand tournaments that we have right here in Jeju Landing Casino. We start with WPT, then we move on to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, and after that we have Korean Poker Championship. So three poker brands coming together to host a poker festival right here in Jeju in Landing Casino, Korea. This is me, Akshay Kapoor, and alongside with me, I have Richard Cooper calling out the action.
Yeah, great day of play so far here. Absolute magic at the WPT Korea Jeju Poker Festival 2024. Shout out to all the crew behind the scenes, keeping this one running as smoothly as the Titanic did before it ran into the iceberg, of course. "111 players, all that remain out of the starting field of 228 players that made it through to the day two here. And I can tell you they've been dropping very, very quickly. Don't take your eyes off the screen for even just a second, or you might miss it. 4K, 8K are the blinds with the 8K ante active on the big blind each round. So 20K in the middle before we even VPIP. Talking about VPIP, Akshay, all in for the cutoff, King 5-0. Mr. Kerr sticking his 9 BBs in the center. It might just be enough. Big blind looking down, and not a very callable hand.
What do you make of that, Jam?
I mean, it's quite difficult to answer in a bubble, I guess, just given what a player's strategy is holistically. Actually, King 5 off, you may find, is part of his balanced jamming range there. Using his blocker, yeah, I mean, we can justify it, can't we?
I mean, yeah, but like still like 10 BB. He had about 9 BB, King 5 off, jamming into two bigger stacks, playing with fire, to say the least. No?
Absolutely. I'm not saying I would do it myself, but not sure if Wen Chen gave this gentleman her jacket when she bustoed from the feature table, but he's definitely wearing a very similar color, actually.
Maybe they had the same jacket.
Wow, didn't think
Who
about that
knows?
one.
Who knows? Right?
Here's one for you, Akshay.
Okay,
What
fire.
are your thoughts, regardless about the rules, if they allow electronic devices or not? What are your thoughts on earphones or headphones at the poker table?
See, to be honest with you, when this whole streaming thing started off and I was in Australia, I was playing, right? We used to be allowed with all the phone, like, so if I'm, let's say if I'm sitting on this table, I was allowed to watch the live stream. I was, allowed to watch what was happening because it was on a delay, right? And I had no problem in it, even with the earphones and everything, as long as like the person is not on a call or something, it's all right. Like if you open up like GTO charts, for example, that's kind of that's something that should not happen. But if somebody wants to watch a stream and like their friends can't watch it for them or they can't relay that information to them, I just feel like it's fair that everyone on the feature table can see the stream. So it would probably create another exciting element to it, because then people will just see that if they're getting bluffed or not while they're sitting on the feature table, and it would bring a different kind of character for all the players that we would have.
Yeah, I think the main factor here now is the interference that the cell phones have with the RFID, the camera systems, the sound systems, and all of the radios that the dealers and TDs and floor managers are using. So I think that's what it is the network interference. Because
Mm,
at some festivals, they do allow the phones for sure at feature tables.
yeah,
I've commentated where I've seen the players watching us commentate on them.
true. Yeah, I
But okay,
mean,
so what is
can't be.
what is your thought? I'm more talking about listening to music or you as an individual wearing headphones.
I don't mind it at all. Like, because there are there are like different kind of people. Some are introverts, some are like, some like to speak a lot. So it really depends, man. Like I don't mind it at all. Like if someone wants to listen to music while they're playing poker, let it be. Like it's a sport, right? Let them enjoy, in my opinion. Like if you start
Interesting.
putting in too many rules, if you start putting too many rules, then people would just like, oh, all right, I can do better things with my own time, and we don't want to create that environment, right?
True. Very well said.
Yeah, just a thought. I could be wrong, but that's what my understanding is.
I mean, I totally understand your line of thought. Keep the recreational activity still there and the recreational aspect, excuse me, still there. Because at the end of the day, we
Yeah.
do come here for enjoyment. Um, so yeah, very well said there. Personally, are you listening to music or are you trying to listen to any table talk or tells that you could pick up?
Generally, I'm not, because like when I'm hearing the music, I kind of sometimes mishear the betting that is taking place. So, for example, sometimes people announce their bets, so if I'm listening to the music I won't be able to listen to what they are saying, and then I would have to ask the dealer, which will cause more action. So I rather not listen to music and be more present. So yeah, but yeah, like if I was sitting probably on this table where I don't understand anyone, then I'll probably listen to music.
Fair enough.
What about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, totally the same. I think, I can't listen to music at a poker table because I'm trying to listen to the bets and I'm trying to listen to the guy's breathing and how he says the amount that he's betting, etc. I'm trying to get every tell I can.
Hello, chat market for perfection.
But I'll tell you what I do like actually is wearing headphones or AirPods and turning the high intensity hearing on so that it looks like I'm not listening, but actually I've got the enhanced audio on my headphones, so I'm hearing all the micro sounds.
So how does that work? Because I know that that is something that AirPods do have. I thought it was just about the music, but so can let's say if you turn it on, what happens?
So if you put your AirPods in your ear and you do something like you click and hold, then it turns on something called uh, something ambient sounds, something to that effect. And what that does is it
Yeah.
amplifies all of your external sounds and makes them that much louder. So
Oh wow.
all of the breathing I will hear, all of the conversation I will hear very clearly, and I can just look the other way, and it looks like I'm not hearing anything.
Interesting. And you are revealing your secrets for free on a live stream. It's like
Luckily, we only
yeah,
have
man.
13 watching right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of people that would rewatch this live stream, because I think that is where the trend is going on these days with the live stream. So you'll have like less people watch it live, but then like when they're sitting at home relaxing and they wanna work on their game, they'll probably put on the live stream, because it gets uploaded as a video, and then they can just watch it in their own time, because right
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
it's Tuesday in India, it's 3 p.m., right? 90% of the people are working, so when they'll come home they'll rewatch it. And I think it's the same in Thailand, China, everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. The playback on these videos always gets many, many hits. I know over multiples of thousands. So it's nice to be heard by the masses. And like you said, if they do tune in, actually, they are in for a large amount of spoils and treats. We give away key things here, key tips, key tricks, and key figures on how to exploit us at the poker table.
Yep, something that no poker course will tell you. We will tell you with our live experience and the number of hands that we've played, both me and Richard, in our lifetime, and we've played a lot of hands. I've been playing poker for almost 10 years, 10 years recreationally, 4 years full time. So yeah, I'm like
Wow.
29, started when I was 19. So if someone who's
Wow.
19 watching this, I can just tell you that yes, you can make this. You can make that ladder. You can play the high stakes. It's possible, right? You just need to put your head down and just focus and keep hustling, keep grinding, and you will reach wherever you want.
Yeah, absolutely true, Akshay. I myself still am probably like a 19-year-old you, still grinding the micro stakes, still studying, and still just trying to grow. But I know that one day I will get there. But it's all about practice because, my friend, until you practice, you cannot make perfect. Well, those chip stacks definitely growing at the moment. You can see starting to tower in front of a couple of those players, Mr. Min being one of them. A man representing Vietnam at the moment, our only Vietnamese representative. And then, of course, Mr. Lin, big stack bully, 79 BBs for him, followed only by Wei, 51 BBs. A nice stack for that gentleman, 408K. Short stacks at the moment, Mr. Kerr, 8 big blinds. He is the shorty, and then we have 3 players on just 17 BBs. Chen and the 2 Zhangs, all with only 17 BBs behind, so definitely all to play for. And a lot more action to come. All in for Mr. Kerr. Pocket 10s, 71K, short stack on the button. And Mr. Win, pocket 3s in the small blind, tempting sir, but definitely we lay it down there. Well, not definitely, I guess. There is a case to be made that you are flipping versus any of your broadways, suited ace king, ace king o, king queen, any of that. But any other pocket pairs, you're far behind and in trouble. So maybe not willing to gamble the chips at this stage. We should also say that we are on a relatively soft bubble. 96 players will get paid and will make it into the money. So depending on how many players have dropped since we last updated the field, only anywhere from about 12 players to go. And if you are just joining us, 4K, 8K are the blinds at the moment. And that means we only have a couple of levels left here to play today before we bag and tag and come back for day 3 tomorrow. We will be taking a short break here in about 30 minutes. There's a 15-minute break, so nothing too long. Just something for the players to grab a refreshment. Big stack, Mr. Lin opening a little bit wider from under the gun, ace 8-0. Finds top pair on the ace queen 10 board. Mr. Win, though, not going anywhere, ace 7 suited. Oh, talk about some bricks on the turn and river, deuce, deuce. And I mean, surely Lin happy with showdown. Not a great kicker. Everybody loves a chop pot, as they say. And we are just receiving notification, ladies and gentlemen, that we will be playing down until the money here, and then we will end day 2. With streaming at least. Lin, big stack, will defend. King 9 here. Facing some pre-flop aggression from the other Mr. Lin at the table. C-bet good enough to take it down there on the A7-5 board. Very, very dry, favoring the pre-flop aggressor very much.
Well, only 12 players remain now.
Registration open. Those who are interested now can register.
Absolutely, Akshay. 12 until we make the money, and we have received notification that the stream will end once the players make the money. And I can't confirm or deny whether the players will stop playing too. At the moment, we're trying to figure that out, so we'll get that to you. But in the meantime, sit back and have a look at the pocket rockets of Mr. Win. Aces. Beautiful sight.
Well, this is the reason you play aggressive, because when you have a solid hand like aces, you get action, and he is definitely going to get some action from the big blind. Who's sitting there with king queen, a very strong defendable hand. On to the flop we go. Ace 9 10, a gut shot for the big blind player, whereas it's a top set for Mr. Min, Mr. Gucci, or Mr. Rolex, however you want to call him.
Beautiful flop for Mr. Win. However, Mr. Wei definitely not going anywhere to that C bet of 25k. Picks up a gut shot. Oh, bingo bango. Ask and you shall receive. Gut shot straight. Nuts for Wei. Well, not nuts, but nuts in the situation.
Well, that's definitely one card that Mr. Gucci didn't want to see, which was the diamond, and that is why he chose to pot control on the turn. And now he's going to hear from Mr. Lu with king queen sitting there with the nut straight. He does have a king diamonds blocking the flush, and the pot is 94,000, and this feels like a big bet to me, Richard.
Yeah. Interesting bet there with the straight. Wow. I mean, snap call. Very disappointed there. Terrible way to lose.
Well, we have to give him credit because he literally lost the least that he could in that hand with his top set, checking back the turn in position and just calling on the river. Very smart play by him, realizing that yes, he does have a top set, but he might be behind with the flushes or the straights, checking back the turn. Gotta give him credit when it's due.
Ace 4 suited. Well, Mr. Lin does have a playable stack. He will open for us here. Hijack. A good position to do it from with this holding, but lucky, unlucky. Nobody wanting to tango with him. Raise and take it. Easy as you like. Short stack Zhang will defend the big blind. Try and see a flop. Try and flop some equity. 760. Ace 6 deuce rainbow not looking good for her. Lin should just c-bet this one at a very high frequency. It should be enough to just take it down. Ooh. Miss Zhang feeling adventurous. Now left with just 12 BBs behind. 11 and a half actually.
Trappy by Mr. Lin, checking back his top pair, giving a little bit of rope to Miss Zhang, sitting there with a pair of 6. And now, well, the
Snap.
fish has been trapped, as they call it in the ocean, not on the poker tables. And we do see Miss Zhang lead out 22K, which is going to be taken upwards. I feel like Lin will definitely jam with his 2 pair. There is no way he doesn't do that.
Yep. All into call as expected. Lin just puts maximum pressure there on Zhang. And Zhang must feel quite uneasy right now, 70k behind. She's close to that money, so definitely folding should be 90% of her thoughts. She plays her last time bank, it looks like it. Heads up camera coming to you live, courtesy of the amazing Chris Labrojo. Thank you very much. Now we get a look at Zhang as she has to make this call, it seems, and oh my goodness. Makes the call just like that. She sees the bad news. GG. She really didn't believe Lin there. A big stack. Not always bluffing, actually.
That I will find it very difficult to justify that move, Richard. It's gonna be very hard for me to justify that move.
On the soft bubble as well.
Yeah,
我4号机要挪下位置了，4号机。
it's very important to have patience when you are sitting on the feature table, because most of the times you're not gonna be having, the good hands, and that is why it takes time, and it takes a lot of patience and stamina to play poker. What I can say is, and what I can tell you, Richard, the amount of hands that she played was really nice. She played with grace, with confidence. It's just that one out. It's that side of the poker. You make one wrong, you make 10 right moves and one wrong move. You're still going to be out of the tournament.
Absolutely, actually.
The amount of aggression that I'm seeing on this feature table is cannot be matched by any of the past live streams I've ever watched. People just going at it, three betting hands like 6-7 suited, 10-9 suited, and especially versus under the gun players. No respect is being shown to the early position
Nothing.
raisers.
Nothing. I'm just sitting here thinking like, wow, they are going to run over me if I go there because they're a lot more aggressive than even what I thought I was. Short stack, Mr. Kerr, sub 10 BBs, and then Chen and Zhang both in the danger zone as well with 15 BBs apiece. Lin G Bao Lin still and has been the chip leader, 94 big blinds up top.
Ace 9 for Mr. Gucci.
What? What?
Yeah, his spider senses were on, and he didn't. Maybe he doesn't like Ace 9, or maybe he just wants to go on a break,
Wow.
take a breather.
Uh, wow. I, I mean, I thought he was thinking about jamming.
Well, this, you definitely need to spend more time in the lab, buddy. Because well, he was ahead too, mate. He had a better hand than his opponent. So maybe his reads are also not on point today.
Very interesting one, that's for sure. Right. Yeah, wow. Okay, interesting. I mean, very interesting. I thought, I mean, I'm definitely calling 100%. So
Yeah, like you're
I'm
supposed to
surprised.
call like 200% of the times, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's either like one of the hands that you don't like to play. I mean, something would be off, right? Because we've seen him defend a lot worse than that. So I mean, it could be like he could be feeling not confident about it. I mean, there's so many factors. Like I don't blame him. It's his big blind if he chooses to defend or if he doesn't chooses to defend. But in if you talk about poker strategy, you should defend ace nine off. So interesting play there, right? Check raising king queen with no backdoors, just the overcards on the flop, not defending ace nine off from the big blind. Just playing very unorthodox.
Well, yeah, like I said, I need to get back in the lab because I'm not finding those plays that Gucci man, Mr. Min, is finding.
Mr. Way raising up the deuces from the early position. Updated field count now for you, ladies and gents. 101 players remain out of the 228 starting this day two this morning, and we will be playing down 96, which is the stage of as they call it in China, the reward circle. Some of you may know it as ITM, in the money. So we will end in the money.
And these are the updated chip counts for you guys. Mr. Lena, table chip leader with 92 big blinds. That's a huge stack to have on the bubble, and that can be really exploited. Like, he can just hammer his opponents as we have a dealer change.
Well, nice color here for both of these dealers. I like it.
I hope the missus is not watching the live stream, Richard.
I mean, it does say I like their hair color. It's not very flirty.
That's not what she will hear.
Yeah, I'm sure. And I do believe this is the last hand before the break, or at least one of the last hands. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Tournament players for Mystery Bounty Day 1B, please go back to your respective seats. The tournament will resume in 2 minutes.
为什么下面还有啊？
先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军。
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 豪客赛会跟其他的过往参加的豪客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的豪客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我谈了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP， 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever in Asia, co-hosted by 3 top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
首先恭喜你获得了我们这次好客赛的冠军，
谢谢。
想先请你简单介绍一下自己，并且你是来自哪里的？
我叫 Candy， 我来自台湾，然后我会再来济州，是因为我上次今年4月的时候我也赢了好客赛冠军，然后那次我弹了下我没有拿到戒指，所以我这次就是想把戒指证拿回去。
哦，这次终于成功啦，恭喜！
谢谢。
那你玩牌有多久了？还记得自己第一次参加这种大型的赛事是什么时候？
台湾之前大型的赛事少，然后我第一次参加是那个 Vegas 3年前的 WSOP 是最大的比赛，然后我打牌大概是7年多。
那你是怎么了解到我们这次济州扑克嘉年华这个赛事的？
因为今年我们跟那个很多台湾人一起来，今年4月的时候，然后我拿了一个冠军，我觉得这个济州就是我的福地，还有 WPT Korea 这是我的福地，所以我就继续来了。
是参加 WPT Korea 好客赛会跟其他的过往参加的好客赛会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这济州岛的好客赛很多就是内地的玩家打得非常的凶猛，所以需要很强的心脏去扣住他们这样子。
打算怎么庆祝这一次胜利呢？
明天继续打主赛 C 组。
Welcome to Jeju Poker Festival 2024. This is not just any event. This is the first festival ever nation, co-hosted by three top poker brands: WPT Korea, Korea Poker Cup, and Red Dragon Poker Tour. We're thrilled to have you here to kick off 17 days of top-tier poker action. Best of luck to everybody. Let the games begin.
Alrighty, ladies and gents, welcome back. This is the feature table coverage of event number 5, the main event here for the WPT Korea Festival in Jeju. This is day 2. We started with 228 players at the beginning of today, and we are down to the soft bubble. As they say, the hands will come simultaneously, which means hand for hand. So bear with us as we bring you this coverage on the bubble. 96 players make the money. That prize pool sitting at a whopping 1.2 million US dollars. Big money. It's me, Richard Cooper, joined alongside the legend himself, Mr. Akshay Hercules Kapoor.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I am nowhere close to a legend, but it is work in progress. And one day we will get there somehow, some way. But right now we are here calling out the action.
统不期间禁止围观其他的牌桌，统不期间禁止围观其他的牌桌。如果有出现 all in call，不要秀牌。
Okay, leaders, deal one hand, please. One hand.
Well, that's our first Russian player of the feature table, Mr. Daniel. King Jack off. Opening up the action from +1. Yong taking his time to fold ace-4 off, probably utilizing his time so that he can get into the money. We are only 3 away, and that is some sort of jacket that I just saw, Richard.
Yeah, very nice jacket indeed. Alrighty, folks, and if you are just joining us again, we will repeat. It is hand-for-hand play here as we are on the bubble. So you can see the TDs out. They are calling the action live on the microphones. Our first foreign face here at the featured table, Danil Shalayev. I'm sorry, sir, if I butchered your name.
Just stick with the first name, Richard. You'll be safe. Easy one. Daniel. Alrighty, I guess we have some news for our spectators, Richard. That once we burst the bubble, we will stop the streaming for today at the blind levels 5,000, 10,000. But don't worry, guys, we'll be back tomorrow with day 3 of this very event. Well, 7-6 of hearts for Mr. Lee with 800k stack. That's a lot of blinds. That's 80 big blinds. Definitely an openable hand for a stack like that. And G with 5-3 off. Deep in the tank. I think this is just like a mandatory tank so that all of them can get into the money easily and safely. That is something that we see every time we reach close to the bubble. Only 3 away from the bubble now.
Here, look at the outer field there. You can see the TD standing by, waiting for those all-in and calls.
Even the dealers are interested to know if they can deal the next hand or not. Well, right now we do not have any cameras on the outer tables, so we cannot bring you the action on what is happening on them, but oh, we do now. We do have an all-in and a call. Ooh, Richard. We have the old 7 deuce suited versus pocket tens. And 7 deuce picking up that flush draw versus a set. This would be one way to get off the tournament. On to the turn we go, which is a 7.
Oh my goodness.
7 deuce needs to hit that flush card on the river. And the 7 deuce has hit the flush on the river, knocking out one of our opponents down to 100 people now. And
Well,
people,
seven deuce definitely playing very well for that gentleman there, rivering the flush, as you said, Akshay. Wow.
well, seven deuce never lose. There we go. We have another all in and a call here, Richard. We do have an all in and a call, and it does seem like an ace jack versus pocket sevens. Well, that's a seven on the board. It's king, king, seven. Seven's looking very, very strong on this board. Turns a jack. One needs a king or a jack to outperform the pocket sevens full house. It doesn't happen. And are we going to lose a player or not? Well, yes, we are. The bigger stack gets bigger as we move on to 99 players now, just one away from the money. Oh, wait, sorry. It's three away. It's 96 people get paid, right, Richard? Three
Absolutely. Three
players, yeah.
away from money. 96 players
Three
getting
away from
paid
the money.
here.
Our table chip leader opening up the action with queen 10 of diamonds from hijack. Three away from the money. And we have to wait till all the hands on the outer tables get finished. We do have one Russian player on our feature table, Daniel. So we have one Russian and seven other Chinese nationality pair on our feature table.
And we have only an call on table 27. Let's see the cards. Player at risk is showing pair of threes against A7 of hearts. Let's see the flop.
Well, and all in here, folks, as you can see, pivotal moment, A7 versus the pocket threes, and just like that, GG to another player, courtesy of Mr. Fernando on the microphone.
Let's see the river. And river shows a play 5 of clubs. We're gonna lose a player. 98 plays 2 away from the money. Leaders, deal one more hand. One more.
Ace 4 suited for Lee now on the bubble. Big stack going to work. Wow. I mean,
Well,
if these whole
Mr.
cards are
Mr.
correct.
Lee. Yeah. Like being the short stack, he is choosing to do this, which is great to admire, and especially versus the chip leader. Because see, Dong has opened the last two hands, so he might be thinking, hey, he's really out of the line, which he's not. We've seen that he has got both the times he had a legitimate opening, and now he actually has a 4-bet hand, which is what he's going to do. He's just going to 4-bet rip. That seems like a 200k stack, and that is why you don't do this stuff versus the guy who can actually make moves like this with hands like ace 4 ace 5 suited. So yeah, not the right time to stand up versus him, especially on the bubble when you have a high ICM implication, because your stack is actually worth a lot having 20 big blinds. So you really do not need to do this, especially with a hand like Jack 7. You don't have any blockers. So yeah, there we go. Nice and easy. Lee not afraid of anything because he just knows that his opponent really, really has to be tight here, even if they are playing 20 big blinds. Next hand, 98 people remain, 2 off the money.
Hand for hands going down here in the main event day 2. If you're just joining us, we're bringing you that bubble coverage, which is always fun. Takes a little bit of patience though, so just bear with us, folks.
Two away from the money, and it's not gonna stop Mr. Lee. He's just gonna open every hand that he can possibly open. 9-8 off from under the gun. We're showing you that he's professional and he knows what he's doing. And G with ace 10 off. Playing 25 big blinds, facing an open from under the gun. I mean, see, he's folding a hand like ace 10 off, and then he chooses to 3-bet jack 7. So probably if he can Uno reverse it, that would work for him. Fold jack 7 suited and 3-bet ace 10 off. That is why you need to preserve your stack, because you will be given certain opportunities that you should take the most use of, especially versus the chip leader with the right blockers. As we see Daniel with pocket queens on the button. Just call. I like this call a lot from the button. He is playing 50 big blinds and not looking to play a bigger pot versus the chip leader. And he's going to be in position versus a wider open range by the chip leader. On to the flop we go. 8-4-3 Richard. Top pair for Mr. Lee and over pair for Daniel.
Yeah, let's see how Daniel does elect to play the ladies in this position on the bubble. ICM a huge factor here after playing at full day 1 and now a full day 2 almost. You're in a good couple of hours already worth of investment of your time. And just like that, the slow play allowing Mr. Lee Dong now to take the lead, turning 2 pair, top and middle. Bad situation for Mr. Shalev.
I mean, you must feel really strong with your pocket queens on this turn. The flop went check, check. And now you face like an 80% pot bet. I mean, you don't have a club, but you have a spade. So maybe you just call here and play in position and let him bluff. He was bluffing. If you raise here, you'll probably get all the bluffs to fold and all the value to continue. I like this call by Daniel. Daniel with 2 eyes in him. Can he eye his opponent and see that he's beat? Onto the river we go. It completes the flush and some straights. So it's going to be really, really interesting if Lee goes for a bet or not. And if he doesn't, then what does our Russian player, Daniel, do when the action comes to him? A quick call there by Daniel. Wow. Losing a big part of his holding with pocket queens. Chip leader even getting bigger and bigger as we move closer to the bubble. Right now we are 98 people left. 96 get paid. And we have an all-in on the outer table. So it's an all-in and a call. We have
Oof.
King 10 for rivered top pair, and he is going to knock out his opponent. That just means that we are on the stone bubble, Richard. The next
Absolutely stone
elimination.
bubble now after that player getting busted holding the Jack 5. Not sure what was going on there. That's an interesting hand. I'm going to have a look at that one, actually.
The 9-8 hand, the
The
one that we
Buster,
just
yeah.
the one that we just saw, the Buster. Oh yeah, there was some Queen
So,
5 versus King 10, King 10 10 on the river, and I think there was a 5
no,
on the flop.
it's a Jack 5.
It was
And
a
the
Jack
flop
5. Okay.
was 10-6-8, turn 3, river 5.
Maybe I saw the board the other way.
Alrighty, all in here for the ace queen. Oh, facing in under the gun open. Actually, large amount of aggression here from these players on the bubble. They must think like Nacho Barbero does. ICM is for poor people.
I think the money went on the turn, right, with that Queen 5 hand, Jack 5 hand versus King 10.
I think it
Because I
must
can
have.
see two spades. I can see two spades. Well, anyways, doesn't matter really because we've lost that player. So that secret would go with him.
But I guess it's just interesting to see that players are playing, Jack 5 regardless. Unless he was in the big
Well, it
blind.
could be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be a big blind defense, right? And then you. But how does he get on the turn? Like on a 10, 10, 6, 8 board. I mean, it's gonna be really, really difficult to justify certain moves, and that is one of it.
Yeah. I mean, how did he get to the turn and then on that turn go, okay, good enough?
Good enough. Let's gamble with the person who covers us on the soft bubble.
Yeah, literally, that's what I'm saying. I just played 17 hours, may as well.
Yeah.
10 hours the first day, 7 hours this day, something like that.
Maybe it went check check on the flop. That could be one thing. The
Oh,
King
but
10 tried to
really,
be
King
coy on
10
the
gonna check.
flop.
King
I
10 gonna
mean,
check on a 10-8-6.
I mean, if Jack 5 can get there on the turn, like get to see the turn, why not? Everything is
Wait,
possible.
I'm gonna try and see where he was.
It would be hilarious if he's not in the big blind. Imagine if he's opening from under the gun, Jack 5 suited.
He's small blind.
Oh, did it? So now we have to explain if King 10 decides to open or limp.
Yeah, King
So
10
many,
from the
so
button.
many. Oh man, I have to get into so many different universe to justify this move.
That's why I like poker. You know, you can go down a real rabbit hole sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those Avengers multiverse, right? Where Thanos only loses one in 1 million times.
100%. Yeah, I mean that's what we've been saying all day. Actually, is we've seen a lot of aggression. You know, wide opens, strong three bets. It's definitely making me want to go to WPT Korea and have some fun.
Yeah, definitely. It's not too late. We do have a lot of other events that are taking place for WPT. And when WPT Korea finishes, we'll have Red Dragon Poker Tour start immediately. And after that, we have Korean Poker Championship. So we have got you covered in all aspects. Different binds, different sort of tournaments. We do have some PLO as well. So book your tickets right now to Landing Casino and start playing.
And Lee Dong just using that big stack, blind v blind, maximum pressure on the bubble. 97 players remain, only one away from the reward circle in the money, as they say. Well, actually, looks like we might have some all-in action here at table 29.
Well, yes, we do. I feel like there are two players that are involved in this hand, and we have an all in and a call, Richard. And we are on the river. But this guy seems too happy. So maybe he has the nuts.
He's got the nuts for sure.
Yeah, like I won't be this happy if I don't have the nuts on the bubble, no matter if I have the second nut.
Yeah, that guy sitting in seat number 2 definitely doesn't have the nuts.
Maybe he's bluffing you there, Richard. Maybe he's bluffing
Bluffing after
everyone.
he's been called.
Yeah, he's
Or
just
after
gonna
he's
wait.
called.
Yeah, he's just gonna wait till the TD says, "Hey, you have to show your hand," and then he just rocks up with pocket like quads, royal flush, or something. Just imagine him having quads and the other guy has royal flush. He's
Well,
like,
given
"I've
the
got."
current run I'm on, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, would you do that, right? If you like ride on the stone bubble, the guy says, I have like quads," and you actually have a royal flush, but you don't tell him. You're like, "You're good." So this is ace eight. So top pair versus 9-6 for trips. Full house. My bad. Who has 9-6? The guy who's happy, the guy who was sad. Mate, I told you.
Oh my
He
goodness.
doesn't.
Well, with that surprise, you can see Mr. Chris, the leader, announced to all of the players, congratulations, you are in the money. So round of applause to all of the 96 players that remain here, all now making that min cash, not walking away empty-handed. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen, firework time. No
Yeah,
more
the
icy,
stream
no
will
pressure.
continue. The stream will continue till the end of this blind level. So yeah, no more waiting. Now we can just start dealing the hands and play fast.
Starting now, please don't allow the player who's being eliminated to walk away from the table. Very important. If a player gets eliminated, please hold him at the table. That is the only way we can ensure that they get paid the right amount of money. Dealers, carry on and deal. We will finish this level. We will finish this level, and at the end of this 28 minutes of play, we will be done with wave 2 of the main event. Okay, keep dealing, dealers, keep dealing. And we're finishing.
Alrighty, we do see Mr. Dong move all in with Queen Jack off for 7.5 big blinds, and Mr. Singh with pocket kings. Alright, in the small blind, asking for a count. This is probably so that he could disguise the strength of his hand. Just calls with pocket kings, laying down the trap for the big blind.
You know what they say about calling your pocket, flat calling your pocket kings pre-flop action?
I don't. What do they say?
Ace is always coming.
Oh,
Luckily, he doesn't have to worry about an ace in this situation. Kings versus the Queen Jack in very, very good waters at the moment. Jin all in and at risk. And just like that, wham bam, thank you ma'am. GG, Mr. Jin, eliminated. But in the money, so walking away with that min cash.
well, quickly down to 94 players now, Richard, out of the 667.
And they drop quickly once that bubble bursts, actually.
Lee
Made your
just
buy-in
moving all
back.
in. No, he just raises to 25k. Well, folded on to the big blind with Jack 6 off, just playing 6 big blinds, facing at 2.5x open. Ooh, decides to fold.
So yeah, if you are just joining us, blinds at 5k and 10k, with the 10k ante active on the big blind each round, and we will be playing down to the end of this level, which should come at us in about 30 to 40 minutes, I would say. So all the players just needing to hang on in there. They're going to get the much deserved break very, very shortly. They will go back to the hotel room, regroup, refresh, and come back tomorrow for that day 3, where we play closer to that top prize. Over 200k going to the eventual winner, I believe.
Well, chop pair for Mr. Dong, but flush draw for Mr. Kang. Daisy Kang. Queen 4 of spades. This went open in a call, right, Richard? Yeah, it did, right? It seems like it.
No, actually, sorry, I was on mute. I was laughing. It did not go open call. It went open 3-bet call. That's why I was laughing. Wow. Wow. But, and I gonna go for it here with just a draw. Boom, and it hits. Oh my goodness, actually. When you know, you know. And that's exactly what happened there. Queen 4, 3-bet pre-flop, and then call the all-in on the flop. Wow.
Again, one of those hands.
Any words?
Again, one of those hands. I will. No, I can't justify this one for sure. I remember I was lost for words. You know what was happening pre-flop and on the flop. So yeah, like once you see this flop, right? You pick up a flush draw. The pot was already 115k. You have 200k behind. I mean, you really can't do anything about it. But it's just that how you get there, like how you get there pre-flop, is something I cannot justify.
Look, of course, actually, at that point when you've already 3-bet pre-flop, you pretty much got to go with it at that stage. But I'd just like to know the thought process that goes on in the mind. It would be very, very interesting.
Yeah, my mind stops when their mind tells to where their mind tells them to three bet with queen four. So yeah, but it's interesting, right? That's why poker is so interesting and so dynamic, because each player has a different pre-flop range and how they play post-flop. So that is why the game is ever growing, and that is why we are seeing like a boom all across all across the world.
Absolutely, Akshay. And that's where the edge also comes in, because you can think that you have a specific tell on a player, and maybe they are doing the old switcheroo on you, as we say, and they're in fact have the read on you. Then you're in big trouble.
Definitely, Richard. Well, people who are just tuning in, please don't forget to like our stream and subscribe to the channel, because we are going to be back tomorrow with day three of the main event. So if you subscribe to the channel, you get notified when we go live, so you don't have to set up any alarms. The YouTube will tell you that we are live, and you can just resume watching us.
Absolutely, well said, Akshay. Nice and easy if you do subscribe, so it doesn't take anything off of you. Just hit that subscribe button and it makes your life a lot easier.
Well, talk about flush draws and top pairs. We have another board where one of the guys have the top pair and the other guy has the flush draw. Daniel, the Russian player, with queen three of diamonds. This is blind on blind battle. So we can definitely see some action growing on this flop. Very dynamic in nature. A lot of connected cards right there on the flop.
Yeah,
I feel like there's
absolutely,
going to be a
Akshay.
check race. I feel like there's going to be a check race coming in on the flop.
You stole
So
the
it'll probably
words
go
right out of
10k.
my mouth.
Yeah. So it'll probably goes right. I feel like this goes like 45k.
35. Yeah, 35.
45.
Not
35 seems too small on this board. Seems like a 45k bet. There we
just
go.
stack sizes, that's why. But yeah, you are right.
I think you're right. 36k. 3672. 3670 plus 7. I mean, you have that one SPR on the turn. There we go.
Yeah.
We do see Mr. Kang move all in, and Daniel is just gonna make that call. So this is again a top pair versus a flush draw.
Okay, does the flush draw get there? Yes or no? Quickly.
Yes.
Okay, I say no. Dinner. Yes?
Okay. No. There's a king on the turn.
You said no. You said no. You would have won.
I said no. I am just not
like
supposed
that.
to win the side bet. This is how it works.
And just like that.
There you go.
Unlucky Akshay, unlucky Mr. Jia. GG, sir.
Would you have played that hand differently?
I mean, yeah. I think so. I mean, not really, hey? Depends. If I was Daniel or Shia.
I mean, for either of them, how would you play it differently?
I mean, it's hard to say, hey? Let me see. Yeah, queen three suited. I mean, bottom of our range, so either I'm limping or I'm raising. I'm not sure what he did pre-flop there. Blind v blind. And then Gia Jack 9-0, probably just going to call versus an open. And then, yeah, it's kind of a dodgy one there, just dependent on your player notes that you have. What about yourself? Have any thoughts?
I'll probably just call 10K. Like if I was in the small blind with queen three of diamonds, just like check facing a bet, just call, not check raise, because if I check raise, I'm like mostly priced in to call a shove. So I probably call on the flop. Pre-flop, I'm limping. Jack nine can either ISO, can check back, and yeah, I mean I probably would just not check raise with queen three of diamonds. That's about it.
Yeah, I think I would have check raised with a more connected to the board and not only a flush draw, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you want to have like some gut shot, flush draw,
Yeah,
something, because the
100%.
jam was for about 20 more bigs. So yeah.
Hmm. Here we go. Mr. Daniel in another high equity spot now, all in from Song, and he makes the call just like that, quick succession. Mr. Daniel finding himself in two very, very high equity spots. King 9 suited now versus the Ace 10-0. King 9 all in and at risk. Needs to hit and bingo. King Jack Deuce, very nice for Mr. Song. And just like that, full double up courtesy of Mr. Shalev. 90 players, all that remains. So we have been losing players relatively quickly since that bubble burst. Obviously, everybody making that min cash, maybe wanting to go and enjoy some of their profits, play some baccarat or something like that. And what about you, Akshay? Do you find yourself at the baccarat tables after a poker's done, or are you only a poker boy?
You'll never see me play any other games. Like 10 years, I probably played blackjack for about maybe 10 times, roulette probably 10 times, and that's about it. So, like, and that's like 10 years I'm talking about. So, once in 1 year. So, yeah, I go to the casino only to play poker and come back. Probably not the decent poker player that you would hope for.
Yeah, the only game I ever liked to play and was more just for fun was Pai Gao. And it's quite a fun game.
Never heard of it. But if you're saying so, it would be very interesting. You seem like an interesting person.
Yeah, if you play with friends, kind of a home game situation, very fun, just involves a whole lot of good times and swearing and all the good things that us gentlemen do when we get together. 3-bet, 4G, good enough to let Daniel lay it down, not willing to tango again. Hand after hand, we have seen him get involved there, down to just 29 big blinds now after suffering a couple of big knocks. So that's all it takes, one or two hands, and the situation is completely different for you. I have an exposed card there, Akshay. Can you see what it is?
No, can you?
It was a 5, but my eyes aren't very good. Ace 5-3, good for the pre-flop aggressor. Li Dong should just see bet here at a high frequency. One would think quite an easy fold now. Full Mr. Die, not connected to this board at all.
We have a new player joining us on the feature table. Actually, two players joining us on the feature table. Seat 6 and seat 7. Well, Mr. Bo shoving with pocket kings for 5.5 big blinds.
Yeah, what a time to get all your money in. 5.5 big blinds, pocket kings, always a nice sight. Hoping just for a marginal call and a hold. And then you're right back in it with over 12 bigs. Depending on how many calls that is.
Interesting call there by Dong with ace 5 off for 5.5 big blinds sitting in cutoff position. And he's going to get punished by Kang with ace queen in the small blind. Definitely increasing this one for sure. It's just about the sizing, and I feel like you want to go something around 180k, 150, 175k, and that should do the work for you.
And then are you folding to an all-in from Li Dong?
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you make it 175, and then if Dong jams on top of that, you kind of fold.
Cool.
Because that is actually 50 big blinds, and you really don't want to stack off with ace queen, especially when like 88
Exactly.
players are left.
Yeah, 205k. I was going to say about 200k. Like you said, 175. Anywhere in that perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
But I like your 175 because it achieves the same thing, especially if we see a shove, we escape for cheaper.
Well, kings are going to double up, Mr. Cheng. And he moves to 18 big blinds. Nice and comfy. I mean, yeah, like, see, if you put 205 and then he comes on top of it, you've already put in 25% of your chips. Whereas if you put it like, 175, that's like 17% of your chips. So you can easily get out. And then it kind of gives you that more flexibility of doing this with ace jack off, things like that. So,
Yeah, it just comes down to stack preservation, I guess, in the end.
yes. And also the small sizing allows you to have more combination of hands.
The more nuts. Yeah.
Attention dealers in the main event, complete the hand that you're on and stop. All dealers in the main event, complete the hand that you're on and stop.
Ooh, did you hear the TD announce there that complete the hand that we're busy with and then everybody should stop? So we'll hear what the announcement is after that one.
Once again, all dealers, complete the hand that you're on and stop.
Complete the hand that you're on and stop. So that would mean this could be the last hand of the stream.
Yeah. 16 big blinds, not good enough to defend the big blind there. Ooh, the TD did say stop after that last hand, so let's see what the announcement is now. 88 players remain out of the 228 that started today. It's been a long day for everybody. There's still a lot more poker to come.
Once you have finished, playthrough will be officially over. 5 hands.
Five
Alrighty, there it
hands.
is.
So
Official. 1 of 5 about to go down, as the TD said. Then we will bag and tag and come back for day 3 tomorrow. So here we go.
you have finished, please remember the remaining time banks and the player's card go inside the bag. If you fail to put your time banks inside the bag, you will lose it. You will be getting 4 more tomorrow, so please make sure that all your time banks go inside the bag. Dealers, please make sure that all players put inside the bag their remaining time banks.
To my players for WPT, Mr. Bounty, day 1B, finish the hand you're on. We're on 15 minutes break. Players for Mr. Bounty, we're going to check raise the 100.
Alrighty, hand 2 of 5 about to come at you. Aces now for Mr. Shu. What a beautiful sight. He'd love to extract some chips from his table mates, I can tell you that much. Just come back with an even bigger bag tomorrow, and oh my goodness, blood about to be shed here for one of these players, one would think. I don't see how the money doesn't go all in here.
That is absolutely correct there, Richard. Pocket queens. Daniel's going to be a really tough spot in the small blind because he's grabbing those 3-bet chips, but he's not going to like when the action comes to Mr. Shu and he pumps up the action one more time.
Oh, 4-bet incoming. What do you think, Akshay? 150? Or just ask for all of it?
All of it. Yeah, not gonna be happy to see pocket aces by Mr. Shu. He needs to find that queen and a queen only. He lost a big one earlier with pocket queens versus 9-8 off, close to the bubble. And now he needs to spike a queen to stay in the game.
Oof,
Well, there's no
not
queen on the
helping him.
flop, Richard.
No queen on the turn and no queen on the river. And just like that, unfortunately, for Mr. Daniel, it is GG. Never nice to lose with a holding such as the ladies. But yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
So Ray's gonna take it down. Ace King. Too good. We're only left with 83 people now, 83 players playing for that 1.2 million prize pool.
Alrighty, second last hand now. Ace Queen O for Mr. G. Good enough for the open under the gun. Chengbo just releasing the pocket fours there, obviously not wanting to do anything too crazy, too close to the end of play now. Way too much at risk. Oh my goodness, what a flop. Li Dong defending the 8-5-0 in the big blind. 4-7-9. Might just see him hang around there. Gut shots plus quite a couple of back doors. Not really a card Mr. Lee wanted to see. And yeah, if the ace high wasn't good, it is good now. Top pair for Ching Xia Ji. Has to try and extract some value. At an easy fold at the end of the day here for Lee eventually. Alrighty, one more hand, and then it is bag and tag time.
Alrighty, down to our last hand, Richard. Let's see if anyone picks up a monster.
Alrighty, there we go. Let's see if Mr. Shu finds any resistance. Bit of a wide open, and no, he doesn't. He ends up winning the last hand of the day. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to bag and tag and call it a day. Congratulations to everybody who has made it through to day 3 of this main event. It's been a grind, but the grind isn't finished yet. Go home, go back to your hotel rooms, get some rest, sleep, and come back tomorrow refreshed and ready for war. It's me, Richard Cooper. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action alongside Mr. Akshay Kapoor. Love and light. See ya tomorrow.